Method. Airwaves. Method. Doug Brown. Method. Airwaves. Doug Brown. You are now listening to Method Airwaves with Doug Brown.
Hey everybody, Doug Brown here with Method Airwaves, episode number 12, the teen years. There is so much to this topic, so much that I wrote a book about it, titled Speedy Entry, Advice for the Rebel with a Cause, Teenager. This is one of my favorite books that I've ever written. I really put my heart into this, and it's good for teens and parents of teens. What a pivotal time of life. So instead of rambling today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the whole entire book. So this will be a longer podcast. If you'd like to purchase the book, you can get it at dougbrown.org in the shop there, or www.dougbrownbooks.com. The photos are pretty entertaining. With that, sit back and enjoy. My name is Doug Brown. I'm a professional athlete, motivational speaker, and an author. I've been lucky enough to speak at libraries, detention centers, and schools, and really that's my motivation, to reach and inspire people. When I was a teenager, my mom died of cancer, and it was a time period where I had to choose between going down a negative path or that positive path. And I wanted to honor my mother's memory, so sure enough, I went down the positive path. I had a pretty traditional childhood. My parents were high school sweethearts. Grade school, did do the traditional sports like basketball and baseball, but when I discovered skateboarding, everything changed. And then I became a teenager.
We've used that word adolescent before. Who can tell us what it means?
Speedy Entry, Advice for the Rebel with a Cause Teenager, by Doug Brown. Copyright Doug Brown, Nickazone Entertainment. Dedicated with all my love to my parents. My father's favorite quote: "You haven't lived long enough." These are your teen years. They won't last forever. Every year, you will be faced with a new set of challenges. This is a time of self-discovery and growth. Expect that lots of changes are ahead. Be yourself. Figure out who you want to be. Keep your dreams strong and alive. The teen years can be a tricky puzzle. Each day, each challenge, and each moment will be a new piece to add to the puzzle. Learn from your experiences. Develop a healthy relationship with your parents, your mentors, and your teachers. Time is valuable. These years will go by quickly. The life puzzle is never finished. However, the older you get, the easier it gets. Use your heart and your brain. You will evolve into a productive member of society. So hold on tight. Enjoy the ride. Sometimes bumpy, sometimes smooth. Above all, think positive. You can do this thing called adolescence. Chapter 1. I'm Going Away. It was early October of 1988. I was a 15-year-old freshman in high school, rebel with a cause, teenager. The autumn leaves were covering the chilly ground. Bad grades, a new girlfriend, the music of Guns N' Roses, and fighting with my parents were covering my ground. My father was a successful gynecologist. My mother was an award-winning realtor. and my older brother was a high school senior with good grades heading in all the right directions. Then there was me. I was armed with a black Harley leather jacket, long hair, ripped jeans, Def Leppard t-shirt, a dagger earring, black Airwalk shoes, and metal bracelets cuffing both arms. Unwilling to wake up for school on a Monday, 2 weeks into October, a cloud was coming over my life. A spiritual storm was headed my way, cloudy with a chance of depression, inner strength, anxiety, and determination. My idling parents told me I was going to miss a day of school to go to Cleveland and take a career assessment aptitude test. What's the catch? Sounds good to me. Much better than slaving away a day in school. I chose to wear some safe khaki pants and a bright orange polo shirt. I wasn't in my comfort zone, but I thought I would play along for the day. I was eager to partake in this day involving no school. Little did I know, I wouldn't be returning home that night. After being placed in a room and pouring my emotions out about my normal adolescent life, I was told by the therapist I wasn't going home and would be staying for some time. My parents tricked me. Outwardly, I appeared completely calm, but inwardly, all I could think was, I have to get out of here. Both my parents were in the room next to me being interviewed. This was my chance. I jetted out the front door to the busy metropolis in a shady part of downtown Cleveland. Was I running away? Temporarily, yes. I was lost in the maze of the big cold city. I knew I wasn't going to be tasting freedom for days. So this was my last chance to breathe the air before it was stripped away. Eventually, the hours drifted by and the sun was setting. I found myself swept back from the streets to the entrance where I started, only to see my shaken father. Doug, we didn't know what else to do. He stuttered in a desperate voice. I had never seen my dad cry, but this was as close as it got in my lifetime, up until this time. Why, Dad, why? Was my shivered reply. It was referred to as a school, which completely covered up what it really was. This was a special institution specifically to turn a bad kid into a good kid. P78 was the name of this facility. It looked like an old Holiday Inn turned into a playground for therapists and psychologists. I was in total lockdown. How long will I be locked up? Why did they do this to me? What will my friends think? The rumor mill in school will be in full swing. Why me? It wouldn't be until years later that I understood their actions and how pivotal this time in my life was. I am beyond thankful I tackled this challenging time. There would be lots of other hurdles to come in my speedy high school years. This was just the beginning. If only I knew then how my life story would unfold. If the Doug of today could tell that struggling 15-year-old in 1988 all that was to transpire in his life, I would tell him in 4 years he would own his own home and become a guitar instructor for 10 profitable years. I would tell him in 14 years he would become a paid professional skateboarder and travel the globe. I would tell him to stop fighting with his mother and tell her how much he loves and appreciates her. The hardest news to deliver to him would be in only 1 year and 6 months, his mother would no longer be alive. I'm telling you, things will get better. I subscribe deeply to hope and optimism. You have many mountains to climb. You have so many changes ahead of you. At my age, I know that change is something you can count on and never fear. It happens. How we handle the changes and challenges is what defines us. Do you want to be a survivor, or will you be defeated by the hard times that are thrown your way? You will have relationship breakups. Friends will come and go. Your style of hair, clothes, music, and more will change. I'm not that far removed from those years. I remember more about that time period than any other time in my life. Some of the biggest changes and choices take place in your adolescence. Trust me, the teen years can feel like a jail sentence. Every day can feel like it equals a month. In reality, they are speedy years. You will be released before you know it. Each year gets easier. Your brain is still growing, figuratively and actually. I had so many irrational insecurities. How tall would I become? I had friends going through different growth spurts. Will my annoying acne continue or scar my face? Will I be bald one day? Will I lose my vision and have to get glasses? What will I do for a living after graduation? Am I a preppy punk, nerdy, or what? Who am I? Was the question that would invade me, often during these years. To question is a good thing. Always have internal dialogue with yourself. It's important you find your true, authentic self. Be yourself. We all have a devil on one shoulder and an angel on the other. We all have to choose to be optimistic or pessimistic. The teen years, the adult years, no matter what, life is about choices. Before I paint you my Picasso that was to become my formative teen years, I will give you a little watercolor of my childhood. I'm a product of the 1970s, 1973 to be exact. I was born on Tuesday the 10th of July at 2:14 p.m. at Mount Carmel Medical Center in Columbus, Ohio. My brother beat me to the earth by 2 years. He received the limelight in all our home movies. This was the early 70s before VHS camcorders. There was no sound but plenty of visuals to hold your attention in a sentimental pool of the Brown family nostalgia. From the get-go, my life and challenges were set in front of me. There's a precious scene in one of these VHS video gems on Christmas morning. I am 2 years old, sitting contently on my tricycle beside the Christmas tree. Along comes my older brother, Nick, to shove me off from my seat. A few pushes and shoves later, I'm on the floor like a sack of potatoes, engulfed in tears. Brother Nick, without thought, pedals away without emotion, all caught on tape for us to laugh at years later. This was a small inkling into my future relationship with my brother. Who are my creators? I think it's important to study our parents. You always have to remember that they were once teenagers too. They might seem like they hail from another planet or a time zone in a galaxy far, far away, but they don't. They too were faced with insecurities, doubts, fears, and so on. You can learn from the good and the bad things they have done. Like it or not, they have played a huge part in who you are and where you are. I used to think I was nothing like my parents, as if they really were from another planet with wrong philosophies and ideals. I've learned the apple doesn't always fall so far from the tree, and I embrace the good qualities my parents instilled in me. My mother, Rebecca McPeak, Her childhood was filled with traditions and a wholesome environment of stability. Her haircuts were ever-changing and matched the top styles of the day. Poodle skirts were the rage, combined with a scarfed ponytail and saddle shoes. Music could always be heard throughout the home. Both my mother and aunt would play their black old upright piano to the fullest high C. Alongside that piano was an organ that embodied the foxtrot beat and a slew of other sounds to fill the old home. My mother's investment in the ivory keys outweighed my aunt's. She also began playing guitar, the saxophone, and had no trouble carrying a tune perfectly in pitch. My mother was the big sister and leader to her younger sister, Jackie. The two of them were entertainers, and the curtain was always pulled open for performing in the living room. Every Christmas, they would put on an original play to perform for their receptive parents. Their house was tucked on a side street, South Cherry Street, in Mount Gilead. The pristine white painted house held the dreams of my mother. Her bedroom was plastered with posters and magazine pages of the brightest stars of the day. Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, and Frankie Avalon would grace the walls. Her sights were set well above and beyond the walls of her petite hometown. When everyone would fall to dreamland, my mother would make popcorn on the stove top and enjoy late night TV. The Ed Sullivan Show or The Tonight Show were her favorites. This was a time she would reflect on the day, do homework, or simply have time to herself. A true night owl, and a heavy trait that I possess nightly. She was a social butterfly, involving herself in all things from cheerleading to competing in roller skating competitions, to being center stage performing in plays. While looking through the pink dated 1959 program for her high school play, her credits speak volumes. Not only was she acting in the play, she is listed as being on the committee for advertising, programs, and performing in the band. Of course, it's notable my father is listed as being part of the stage management and lighting. She had no trouble wearing multiple hats, something that would carry on through her productive, short-lived life. She was a graduate of Mount Carmel School of Nursing and was a realtor for Real Estate Showcase. In 1988 and 1989, she won Ohio Association of Realtors President's Sales Club Award, Ohio's most prestigious and highest attainable award in the real estate field. She volunteered for a welcome wagon, was president of the Junior Women's Club, a member of Trowel and Trellis Garden Club, a board member of Wayne County Center of the Arts, and the Women's Symphony Committee. She was chair of the American Red Cross Nursing Health Program, and she instituted the Basic Aid Program in Worcester City schools for fourth graders. She was an instructor and instructor trainer for the Red Cross health programs and served on the board of directors. Awards for her volunteer work included the Distinguished Service Award from the Worcester Jaycees in 1984 and the Achievement Award from the Junior Women's Club in 1989. Whew, I'm out of breath. And on top of all this, she was a wife and mother of 2 children, and we were no picnic at times. My father, Charles Brown. Okay, get the laughs out now. His name was created well before the classic Peanuts cartoon strip created by Charles Schulz. And no, I didn't have a dog named Snoopy or a sister named Sally. The only wink to the cartoon character is my father's uncanny resemblance to the blonde, round-headed Charlie Brown. My father grew up on Douglas Street in Mount Gilead, and yes, later to find out, that would play a part in naming me. His daily outfits would consist of the classic Letterman jacket, button-up shirt, and jeans. Sometimes the hairstyle would be a crew cut or a flat top. Picture a preppy James Dean holding a football instead of a cigarette. He was the oldest of three, landing him to be the role model and mentor to his younger siblings. He might not have been playing piano or strumming a guitar. However, his keen ears would work overtime, developing a thirst for classical music and opera. Through the years, he has become quite the connoisseur of tonality in all things music. He would stray away from classical music for some Willie Nelson, but for the most part, he would remain faithful to the classical genre. His work ethic was in tune with his personality. Time was spent being a jock, being one of the guys. But responsibility of gaining the almighty dollar was never lost. Whether it was mowing lawns, having a paper route, or working on the highway, the dollar was important. Yes, my father ultimately became a successful doctor of gynecology. But he never came from money. He was raised when the hot bath water needed to be heated on a stove and dumped in a tub with a time limit. Luxuries were found in the small things. He graduated from college, then medical school, continuing to climb the ladder of success. Through his years of practice, he had a favorable reputation with his patients, the community, and his colleagues. He delivered the community hospital's very first test tube baby. He was awarded top docs by Northern Ohio Live and Cleveland magazines from 2004 through 2007. Cupid had sharpened his arrow when he put my parents together. They were high school sweethearts and married. I'm beyond blessed to be a product of these two people. I didn't know it during my mad at the world teen years. Although there was friction between my parents and me, I always felt very fortunate that I could call them mine. My dad was always there to teach me about life and philosophy, as well as helping out on the baseball field. He had a great sense of style, and he was very put together. Same with my mother. She was hip to the fashion of the day. Her love for performing music and singing were instilled instantly in my early youth, a trait I was very grateful for. I could always talk with my parents about anything. The lines of communication were always open, even if there was static on the line with our conflicting issues. I was always brave in asking my father questions about life, and he was a great source of inspiration to my view into the world. For all the bad weathered times I shared with my parents, we had many sunny days that I was thankful for. My brother and I were always in a safe and loving home. Complaining about your parents is part of the cycle of life. Some of it's rational and some of it isn't. I'm wired a lot like my father, and it's hard to say how I would react being in his shoes and going through everything we went through as a family. If I had a teenage son or daughter challenging my views and making waves, I would like to think I've learned from my experiences as a teenager and bring that forth. But I could easily hear my father's voice channeling through myself if I were being disciplinary to my children, yet another curse of being a parent. I was beyond lucky to have parents that spoke the language of art and theater fluently. My mother was no stranger to the glowing spotlight. She was a master pianist, able to sing and play show tunes as well as anything else her ears desired, from Bach to Beatles. Although my father's arena was more the medical field, with a healthy serving of sports, his ears were emphatically tuned into classical music, sprinkled with yelps of opera. With their mixed talents, the gene pool of artistry would easily enter my brother and I. Without a doubt, I got the heaviest dose of spotlight envy. Our family tiptoed from Columbus to the college town of Worcester, Ohio. From the circle of Townsend Drive to the circle of Avalon Drive is where my formative years would transpire. As a young boy, I chose some typical avenues of exploration and took some of the path detours. The traditional routes were my Little League baseball games, neighborhood games, and typical mischievous boy antics. The non-traditional paths took me to the arts and theater. Yes, every child on the block wanted to be a rock star, movie star, or a celebrity of some kind. I was going to live it and be it to the fullest. And I assure you, I did. I allowed the seeds of dreaming into action flourish early. Many afternoons were spent in the popcorn-covered seats at the local Lyric Twin Cinema in Worcester. Every 80s classic movie your brain can fathom was witnessed by myself in this house of dreams. I saw everything from Star Wars, Back to the Future, The Goonies, E.T., Raiders of the Lost Ark, Breakfast Club, and more cinematic gems. While engulfed in the storylines during the film, I was equally engulfed in being on the screen. I was Luke Skywalker. I was Elliot helping E.T. phone home. Not just the character, the actor as well. With ease, I could climb the ladder to actor, entertainer, and performer. My fertile imagination was a springboard to reality. The NBC TV show Fame on Thursday nights held a torch idea for future stardom. I saw myself as the character Danny, played by Carlo Imperata. I wanted to be him. Being a real actor sparked my flame. The premise of the story was a group of high school students attending a school of performing arts in New York City. Inner battles, personal growth, and drama would be contained in a nice little 30-minute time frame that allowed for singing and dancing on top of lunch tables or wherever else the storylines led to. With this heavy artillery of film and television, my dreams bled onto the stage at the late and elementary talent shows. When opportunities to be on a real stage were thin, I would create my own. I was gifted with a few skills early on. Juggling, ventriloquism, and magic were in the cards of talent. I performed my own magic shows and variety shows to the neighborhood. Full lights, a stage, props, and anything I could muster up to put on a show. The spotlight was my friend, even at a tender age. My front porch was perfect for creating these venues. There was a raised platform right in front of the front door to the house. I would round up a load of folding chairs in front of the porch stage and I was all set. A few floodlights, a boombox cassette recorder, and enough electric extension cords to light up Broadway. It was show time. One Christmas in my youth, Santa had his elves deliver me a Casio keyboard. 49 keys with drum beats and arpeggios. I had some cool toys now, a real guitar and a keyboard. That's it. I'm starting my own one-man band. I remember thinking, I'm going legit. I'm going to write and record my own songs. I had so much flowing in that musical sponge brain of mine. I shall be called Poetic Justice. In the age before laptops and recording software, all I had was my handy tape recorders. Today, you can click a few buttons, copy and paste some drum beats, and you're all set. I produced my first album simply titled Poetic Justice on 2 tape recorders. This was guerrilla, raw, caveman recording style. All my songs were original with lyrics, and I played all the instruments. This operation was far beyond singing in front of the bathroom mirror, holding a comb for a microphone, and pretending to be America's next top singing sensation. I don't know if I was crazy or just had more than my fair share of passion about this alternate world I wanted to be part of, but I went well beyond what was normal for kids my age. My Casio keyboard, cardboard boxes for drums, tambourines, and my voice were all set to tape. My solo act featured high-pitched singing with undertones of Bono from U2 and Simon's Energy from Duran Duran. To make my fantasy world as realistic as possible, I even went so far to make albums complete with original artwork and photography for the covers. Every time I produced a new album, I did what every good artist does. I went on tour. In my imagination, I was in a different city every night with all the perks and glamour of life on the road. In my creative mind, my audiences were the carpet strands in the living room and the blades of grass in the backyard. For each tour, I had written itinerary of places to perform from England to Chicago. I even paid my brother $5 to open the door for me when entering a car, playing a limo driver. I made a VHS documentary of my life in poetic justice, with live performances, interviews, and videos. Just out of grade school, I dreamed big and never felt that anything was out of reach. Luckily, my parents started to take notice of my creative flair. The summer of 1983 was hotter than ever, but my cold dreams were ready to be put into action. My parents persuaded me to audition for a professional upcoming production of Tom Sawyer, brought in from Music Theater International Incorporated, out of New York. With my 9-year-old courage, I went to the audition. The audition was nerve-wracking. A room full of potential Toms stood eagerly waiting to sing their hearts out. I read for the director and belted out a song for her. I was innocent, honest, and just kept it real. Shortly after, I was sent into another room. I remember smelling fresh paint and hearing the sounds of an old wooden upright piano. The director, a short little Italian woman with a handful of curly hair alongside big round glasses, handed me the script. I'll never forget her voice. She was fun, bubbly, and told me I got the part. I am Tom Sawyer, just like that. Here I sit with this heavy black leather script in my pale hands. In gold print, all caps, reads, Tom Sawyer, on the cover. I flip through the curious pages, only to see Tom has a line every few lines throughout the script. What have I got myself into? My first impression was I need to figure out a way to get out of this, an excuse. Anything to slide out from the anxiousness that vibrated throughout my body. Somehow, fate stepped in. I was Tom Sawyer, the lead. I would carry this production, and I did just that. Spending the summer going to practice, sweaty days on end, with the discipline to succeed. I perfected my craft and was winking to Danny from the show Fame. Putting a dream into action during this time was on my forefront. I learned early on to have courage and to believe in my dreams. Don't let anyone take away your dreams. People will tell you that you can't do something. If you believe in yourself and have hope and optimism, anything is possible. Now is the time to start planting seeds in your future. Dream big. No matter what it is, never let anyone take away your dreams or aspirations. I'm living proof. After the production of Tom Sawyer, I was cast in many other lead roles. I became a childhood actor. This time in my life set up my teen years. So many bumpy waves were ahead of me. Sink or swim. I'll say it again. Life is about choices. Chapter 2. Teen Spirit. Opening the door to my teen years, the pull of the spotlight was still shining, but I had no interest in playing the puppet anymore. I wanted to be on stage in a rock band. My love for music outweighed the need for a script or director. I was entering the forefront of the upcoming unstable years filled with changes and personal hurdles. These were the years to try on different hats and really find myself. It was a time to question everything and sometimes defy authority. In reality, a healthy teenager will rebel against authority at times. It's in the handbook of life. Middle school, also referred to as junior high, is typically from age 12 to 13. For me, it was 7th and 8th grade. A couple years that took me from a little boy and slowly transformed me into a little man. Puberty grabs the body and uncontrollable changes occur. I was freaked out the first time I saw one hair starting to shoot out of my armpit. I ran towards the mirror in a mini panic attack. Acne, also known as zits, started to pop up on my forehead. My voice had a little more bass. Going into junior high was a huge mix of confused emotions. The year before, I was treated as a little child with non-changing classes and gym classes without showers. My nerves were an earthquake of insecurity. In grade school, there were slap on the wrist detentions. Believe me, I had my share of detentions in grade school, but these upcoming detentions were dealt with on a grander scale. These are the years peer pressure tries to reach its strong claws into you. Your friends trying to persuade you to listen to a song they like is one thing. Them trying to get you to drink alcohol, smoke, or pop pills is something entirely different. They aren't your friends if they are trying to talk you into doing something destructive to yourself. You need to step back and question their friendship. You don't have to give into anything they throw your way. Stand up for yourself. The consequences of getting involved in drugs and alcohol isn't worth it at all. Be smart, remove yourself from the situation. I was not excited to be entering Edgewood Middle School in autumn of 1986. I was 13 years old and happy to get out of being a little grade schooler, but not happy about the cliques of being in the in crowd and the pressures of fitting in. Even while being an individual, at that age, you find yourself robotically conscious of the importance of a Swatch watch to the weight of wearing Diadora soccer shoes. It was a time to figure out the best way to bleach your hair and how to avoid zits before going to school. Edgewood had so many cliques as it did sharp corners. The whole tan brick building was shaped like a square. This was the first time I had changing schedules and classes. I was terrified my first day of school. Would I be able to find my classrooms and so forth? It's strange the changes that can happen in one summer. I threw away the Hawaiian button-ups and Jams shorts combo for jeans and rugby shirts. If there was ever a time in my life where I slid into fitting in, this was it for a few months. But thankfully, that was short-lived. Something primal was happening with the pecking order. Who was cool and who wasn't? We were like a pack of monkeys, choosing who fits where and on what scale. For a short time, I was okay with being with the in crowd. We all wore the same Land's End jackets, soccer shoes, and same bobbing hairstyles. Robots to fit in. I'm not proud of these few months, but it happens. Our core group was made of soccer players and the rich kids. The kids whose parents were alongside the pool of the country club or had deep pockets seemed to flock together. I was never raised snobby at all. My father may have had the job title of doctor, but that never made our noses shoot in the air, ever. Both my parents were of the people. Although in school, both my parents were part of the tribe, the in crowd, friction would come between us soon enough because of this fact. I was not always going to be down with being a clone. As 7th graders, it was cool to have an 8th grade girlfriend, so I rounded up a girl named Shannon. We dated for maybe 2 weeks. It was all innocent. We kissed one time at a party at my friend Jonathan's house. After that fizzled, it was on to a girl named Bridget. Learning the ropes of dating, we lasted maybe a month. She was a very popular girl, so we were a visible team. I was nervous just to run into her in the hallway having nothing to say. Real love? It was not. During the school year, I did retain some of my friends from the Layton elementary days. Socially, I began to branch out of the in crowd. I was beginning to see the social picture early on. I was more interested in the person rather than what kind of shoes do you wear? Are you popular? And so on. I saw myself becoming a Ferris Bueller of sorts. After Christmas break, I found myself in jazz band playing guitar. Being just a 7th grader, my guitar lessons from the year before paid off. After practice, I was showing off my mad skills to listening ears. Those ears ended up being my soon-to-be friend, Josh Neptune. Josh was a very popular 8th grader. I always saw Josh as being the cool of cool. He had just formed a new rock band, The Attitude, and was looking for a guitarist. Like that, I was in the band. I was one of the guys with the cool of cool, I suppose. We had countless band practices in Josh's cement basement. We would have a set list of songs from Rat, Poison, U2, and our original theme song, It's Your Attitude. We were a tight pack that would stay at each other's houses, go on fishing trips, or just middle school boy antics. The rock band I was into. The school band, not so much. I played trombone, sort of. I tested Mr. Bartleheim's patience, to say the least. We would shove balloons in the tubas before practice, only later to see them float across the band during class. I even got in a small tiff with another fellow trombonist and threw his trombone all the way across the room. This was not something I would have done a year prior. These weren't my best moments in school. Eventually, I was asked politely to leave the school band. I couldn't have been happier. More time for rock band practice anyway. More stints of rebellion was beginning to grow within me. Years later, I did run into Mr. Bartleheim and sincerely apologized for my behavior in band. He saw that I became a man and maturity and understanding had happened. Trust me, it's the same with your parents. If you have put them through turmoil, I hope you have opened up the door for apologies. I've at least had many opportunities to apologize to my father about many of my adolescent antics. You may even thank them one day for dishing out good discipline as well. 7th grade spring break was on the table. My family was going to attempt another vacation. Our last big vacation was in New York City, and it was disastrous. My brother and I were fighting non-stop, and we flew home a day early. This vacation was going to be much better. My brother was now in high school and was playing the ideal son. He had good grades and wasn't throwing people's belongings across the gymnasium floor. What can I say? I started to feel a rumble inside myself. My parents were starting to have some worthy concern. We set flight from Cleveland to Puerto Plata in the Dominican Republic. How could I complain? Palm trees and a kick-butt resort. The Caribbean? The first night, we had plenty of tension. Echoes of New York could be heard. But by the next morning, hearing the cheesy Peachy Lopez keyboard band beside the pool never sounded so good. We ate great food and slowly retightened the family knot that had loosened. Dominican Republic bingo. My brother and I set out for a game of bingo after dinner. Just the two of us. American lads. We were offered a pina colada from the waiter. I was thirsty and saw something resembling coconut and slush, so I obliged, as did my brother. The game was in Spanish, but we were capable of the numbers and letters. Game on. Well, I'm making a long story short. Another waiter came by, giving us another pina colada. So, We had two Spanish waiters filling us up as the sun faded, until my brother and I looked at each other with blurred eyes. Enough was enough, and I still don't know how we made it up to our hotel room where we slept it off. My parents never knew about our Dominican Republic bingo game. On the flight home, I was playing air guitar, practicing for the talent show that was ahead. Our band was going to perform our title song. I had stopped doing plays. I kind of grew out of all of that. Being the theater kid lost its edge to me at that time. However, I was happy to get back on stage. No puppets or breakdancing, just my guitar and my attitude with our band, The Attitude. The audience was a roar. We were in the bathroom with our matching red shirts. Each of us dipped our heads in the sink. Then with our hands, we tornadoed our hair, resulting in what we thought looked cool. Next step was to find a lighter, and then we burnt holes in our shirts. A burning leopard effect, I guess? Next, we hear our names called out, one by one, each getting a heavy roar. Holy cow, this is intense, I was thinking. I could get used to this. We shot out our song like a bullet to the crowd. They loved us. We got second place and even a $50 prize to boot. During this time, my communication with my mother was awful. For some reason, I wanted to be as far away as I could from being a nice kid to her. The tension between us was starting to grow on a daily basis. My vocabulary of anger was growing. My father and I really didn't talk a lot. Our communication was pretty calm waters. My mother and I were closer when I was younger in my theater days. She was my biggest cheerleader in everything I did. Yet now, I wanted to create friction and distance. I have so much regret about that now. I was lashing out with negative verbs when I should have been hugging her. Instead of telling her to go to hell, I should have hugged her and told her I loved her. I was confused on our relationship. We hurt the ones we are closest to. We were so much alike. That was one of the reasons we bumped heads all the time. She was just as stubborn as I was. Think before you speak to your parents. Remember, they were once your age too. You owe them a lot. When you are young, your empathy cup is not as full as it should be. You never know when someone might vanish from your life. I had no idea my mother would pass away in a few short years. I was stuck in me land. Tell your parents you love them. Clean your room once in a while. Make life easier for them when arguments arise. The relationship you have with your parents is vital. You will need them more than you think. As a teen living at home, you have to ask yourself, who bought the shoes you are wearing? Who paid for the cereal you ate that morning? Who paid the water bill for your shower that morning? Who made you dinner last night? Look at the house you are living in. Stop and take stock of what is provided to you. Be grateful. I know it's very hard sometimes to see through the fog of anger when your parents do something to royally upset you. My parents did do some things I felt weren't justified as discipline, but not a reason to burn the bridge of respect for them. You aren't a parent yet if you are a young teenager. It's impossible to say how you would react to your rebellious teen. If you do have children one day, trust me, you will hear your parents' voice in your head when you are scolding your children when they act out. When your parents upset you, breathe, think, have empathy, relax, and communicate with good words, not bad words. You don't want your bullets of bad words to bite you back one day with regret. Trust me, I would do anything to go in a time machine and hug my mom and tell her I love you instead of I hate you. Your parents have heartbeats too. My 7th grade rock band went through some changes and never really morphed into much. We got a keyboard player, Brian Menace. While I was hanging out at Brian's house, his older brother was trying to maneuver this monster board on the driveway. He had a real skateboard, like the one in Back to the Future. Not a dorky yellow banana board, but a super fly Nash board with black and green wheels. Outwardly, I was calm, but inside, every fiber of my being was screaming to get my feet on this thing. I offered him $60 for the complete skateboard setup, wheels and all. And I was finally at home with my new friend, the Nash Night Stalker. Of course, years later, I found out he completely ripped me off by charging me double. It didn't matter. It was a small price to pay for the freedom and fun I had been craving. I would spend the upcoming summer honing my craft. It's so important to find what I call your anti-drug, especially during the teen years. Find that positive distraction to take you to a healthy place. I had my guitar and skateboard. For you, it might be karate or writing. It can be anything, as long as it's something positive that can steer you to a healthy mindset when the dark depression clouds roll in. Depression wants you to sit still. It wants you to stay in bed and be still. Pick yourself up. Get off that couch and go outside. Having your anti-drug will instantly tug you into the sunshine. My skateboard has always given me a huge release. I don't punch holes in walls. I don't slam doors or lash out with anger. Music is another huge anti-drug for me, as is mountain biking. I get in funks, I get blue, I get angry, I get anxious, but having an arsenal of anti-drugs can really save you. We all get upset. We aren't human if we don't experience pain or anger. I'm generally a happy guy, but sometimes when it rains, it pours. I was lucky I had my anti-drugs when times were hard. My brother and I fought so much. While my father was off working and my mother was busy, there was my brother and me. A growing tension that all siblings have, some healthy, some not so healthy. I was the younger one. My voice was the only weapon of choice, and I used it to the fullest. I learned very early on during this time that words carried weight. My spastic fists were pretty useless towards my brother. However, his fists and anger served its purpose. It's not the easiest thing for me to talk about. With busy parents, I was often alone. That's one of the reasons my creativity and need for anti-drugs flourished. I could always entertain myself. My brother and I did get along. We did. He had his moments as a cool older brother. He liked video games. We breakdanced. We loved Star Wars, and so on. But when the friction got bad, it got real bad. I'm stalling. My brother loved the art of the sucker punch. I would assume we made up after a stupid, typical quarrel. In the happy moments later, while playing Atari together, I would get a fist to the side of my face. Too many moments I can remember being locked in a room, feeling like I was his sack of potatoes to take anger out on. I went as far as going to the Odd Lot store to buy a key entry for my bedroom door. He would still find a way to break in, and I would be belted in the corner, marks on the wall from the leather that met me. It was awful. My parents would come home in confusion, and nothing ever really transpired with discipline. Without a doubt, my skateboard and guitar were what I turned to during these challenging times. When I found skateboarding, it was kind of like being a superhero. When I would get down or had a bad day, I would jump on that thing and the troubles would whisk away. It's funny how something so simple can make such a profound difference in a moment or decision. With my love for music and my new skateboard, my anti-drugs were already put in place, and I didn't even realize it. As an adult, I know now how important those hobbies were, and I was glad I started them when I was young. To this day, the formula is still the same. I choose skateboarding, music, writing, reading, or movies to find a release from stress or being down. The first thing I did was learn the basics on my skateboard. Today, a kid picks up a board and spends 13 hours in his driveway trying the latest triple heel flip right away. But back then, it was just about maneuvering the board left and right. The goal was to get around without pushing or tic-tacking. I learned a 360 rotation and felt I was onto something. When my friends and I ollied a brick, we thought we were hot stuff until the Bones Brigade reached the East Coast. Thrasher magazine and the video Future Primitive changed everything for us. These resources were our bread and butter for skateboard education. My skate buds were my neighbors Casey, Mark, Mike, and Buddy. We were all classmates and a tribe of die-hard skaters. We skated every single day. Rain, snow, or shine, we were on our boards. We lived near a college campus, which became our home for skate spots. Our dealer was the store California Cheap Skates, and skateboarding was our drug. We graduated from our cheap Nash and Volterra decks. It was time for the real deal. My first pro deck was a Vision Kevin Staub. The pirate graphic spoke to me and grabbed my attention. It was punk rock and fit me perfectly. I entered my 8th grade year at age 14 with a completely different outlook. No way was I going to be part of an in crowd. I was going to subscribe to original thought and choose my friends on character and chemistry. Simple enough. Skateboarding was more of a religion to me at this point in my life. The band I was in broke up, but I was still rattling out tunes on my guitar and secretly recording many more Poetic Justice albums. Still, skateboarding was on the forefront. Grades were much worse this year, and I just couldn't shake the do just enough to get by theory. I had a whole new set of friends. I grew my bangs past my nose, bleached my hair with anything I could find, lemon juice, pole bleach, and my favorite, Super Sun-In. I used a lot of Sun-In. I can still remember the smell of the chemicals from the hairdryer on Max. I had my fair share of bad hair dye jobs during this year. Groups like Def Leppard, Poison, AC/DC, and a basket of other hair bands began to make up the fabric of sounds around me. My bedroom was plastered with posters and magazine clippings of all my favorite groups. The Duran Duran posters I had were growing jealous as their priorities shrunk. Preppy bands like REM were starting to move below the surface with this new heavy metal music coming in. I loved it. Spending every weekend at the roller rink helped fuel all this new music and my new social life. Metal music came into my life at the perfect time. Question authority, question parents, question society, and remember to have a good time while doing it. It felt like the walls were starting to come up. I wasn't being an awful kid. I was drug and alcohol free. I was instilled with empathy for others. Even if I didn't have a lot of empathy for my parents, I still cared about people. However, a rebel was emerging. On one occasion, my friend Buddy and I had the great idea to skateboard to school. We stopped at the local spots, cruising through alleyways and jumping off benches at the hospital. Always a safe place to skate in case you rack your nuts. You can tell our love for skating by the sheer fact we had no problem thrashing it up at 7:15 in the morning. Well, we arrived very late. First period was almost over. Our classmates could see the two of us surfing down the middle of the steep street to the entrance of the school. Straight to the principal's office we go. I was put in a room with one of the principals, Mr. Griffin. We had two principals, not sure why. I think Buddy was shot to the other one. I sat down with my brave bangs and my skateboard, which was not allowed in school, I might add. He stands in front of me with his round shape and throws a chair across his office. "You damn kids!" Objects flew upon the chair, skimming across the room. This guy was livid. I made up a story that I had missed the bus and my parents were gone, something like that. I was fed a few days of detention. Move on. I'm becoming a little more up against the walls. Girls, girls, girls. Surprise! I had no fear of girls, so 8th grade would prove to be Crush City. Julie had my attention more than any other girl. She was very quiet. She wasn't popular at all and had her own little circle of friends. So like a fish, I swam around this circle. I made a lot of new friends. Most of the kids were miles away from the country club. I ended up dating Julie for only a month or so. I was shy with her, but still braver than I would have been a year ago. Friends of friends in the same swimming circle is how I met Jamie. Jamie was the cutest blonde little heavy metal girl. She was all hair, all bangs. They called the claw back then. Bangs that reached up in the air out to grab you. I can imagine the hairspray companies were thriving the fall of 1987. Well, her bangs did grab me, and we dated for 5 cute months. Handwritten letters between classes. Ice ages before texting and cell phones. Hand-holding, kisses, and smiles. It was a healthy little starting relationship for me. We fizzled, tension-free, but she would return later in my life again. Dating in middle school is somewhat of a bad idea. Puppy love is findable, but a true lifetime partner? Not so much. It should be a time of self-discovery, for sure. I was going through puberty, and of course, my antennas were alert to a lot of girls. My crush list seemed to grow and change on a daily basis. I was smart, very smart. My father was a gynecologist, so I was educated on the birds and the bees. More than my peers, I think. I was never naive about how I came to be in existence. I knew a stork didn't drop me off on the porch. Today, teens have iPhones and the internet. We would communicate with landline phones and simple note passing. In today's world, teens are taking inappropriate photos to share with each other. This is a horrible idea. You never know where those photos will end up. Be classy. Do not send each other photos unless you are smiling and have your clothes on. I was glad I was raised on the JCPenney's catalogs as visuals and not the muddy filth of today's internet. In middle school, I had no intentions of taking a girl to home base. Again, I was smart. I knew my brain and heart were surely not ready for something that heavy. I kept everything in my brain classy, as far as Fantasyland went. I had my first real kiss in grade school. Truth or Dare would be the game that took me there. I was nervous and had no clue what I was doing. Now in middle school, kissing seemed safe, so I would keep my actions in check, always respecting girls. Always. Winter melted, and the 8th grade spring break of 1988 flew my mother and I to Orlando to visit the McPeaks, my mother's parents. They had an awesome motorhome in a retirement park. I'm not sure why my dad and brother didn't go, honestly. But this was a great time for my mom and I to talk. During the birth of my rebel phase, a distance between us grew. I sadly put her in the same category as the police, school principal, the antagonist. During this week, we were free of all that. I remember my grandfather helping me install my new orange Vision shredder wheels outside of the motorhome. Small moments, but ones you put in a safety box labeled special memories. I got to skate by palm trees, which was the highlight. For some reason, I was obsessed with drawing half-pipe ramps and palm trees side by side. I developed an ear infection the last couple days, so the trip ended in everything sounding like Mr. Roboto. I was back home. Time to slide into a rebel with a cause mode. As far as skaters go, I've always been called straight edge, and not really one to cause trouble. I did have a time, though, when I was your typical pissed off at the world for no reason 8th grader. Toward the end of the school year, in last period of Miss Hannah's English class, with a good 30 minutes left in the day, she started yelling at me as usual. However, this day was different since I had my board, which just happened to be outlawed at school. She was yelling and I snapped. I hopped up on my desk, leaped off, landed on my board, and did a fast lap around the room. My internal voice told me I was insane, and the other students were in sheer shock that I had the balls to do this. After my lap, I rolled through the door and flicked off the lights. I just kept rolling out to the street and gave myself an early release from school. I was learning to communicate with my skating. Yes, it was the wrong way to get my message out, but it was also gutsy. Since then, I learned to keep the tricks on the street and ramp and out of the classroom. There are right ways to communicate with your actions and wrong ways. Being angry or unruly always comes with a negative outcome. I was never a stranger in the principal's office. My actions and sharp tongue landed me there on more than one occasion. Communication is everything in life when it comes to expression. Through middle school, I was angry because I was going through changes and life was changing around me. Most teenagers have a feeling that something or someone is out to get them, when in reality, it's yourself you are questioning or learning about. How I communicate with my skateboard now compared to that day is completely different. This stunt scored me a 2-day out of school suspension. It's funny that I got suspended from school for skateboarding in school, and now I'm being asked to skate in schools and speak to students. During that suspension, I filled the days building the ultimate ghetto launch ramp. Real punishment, I know. However, I vividly remember questioning what I was going to do for a living in the future. Being a pro skater didn't seem like an option since I lived on the East Coast, but the idea of being self-employed was extremely attractive. The 8th grade school year ended. I had survived. Bye-bye Edgewood Middle School. The last day of school, I decided to take all the papers in my notebook and throw them all over the place outside the school. Somehow, the spring wind took the array of papers and landed them in someone's yard. They contacted the school, which then contacted my parents, and I found myself marching back to the scene of the paper explosion. Didn't I just leave this place? I picked up all the papers and had yet another goodbye to my Edgewood Middle School experiences. What was I to do now? I decided to start my own skate shop in my basement. Summer, here we come. Chapter 3, Outward Bound. Sunshine, skateboarding, and entrepreneurship would unfurl the beginning of summer 1988. I turned our basement storage room into a used skate shop. Considering I was just out of middle school, this was a serious operation. I loaded up on hundreds of stickers as they were a full profit item and easy to obtain. I mailed cash to skate shops in California and a week later would double the sale. I even bought knee pads wholesale through a distributor. I learned the importance of self-confidence and salesmanship. And this began to feel like something I could continue after high school. I fantasized about being this surfer skater guy who would skate to work. That summer, I learned how to advertise and promote. Since my mom was a realtor and had a high-end copy machine, I snagged paper from her and made flyers to post and send out. I also bought large neon name tags and fed them through the copier to make stickers. The ink toner in the copy machine would find itself on empty, something my mom was not too happy about. Today, it's a mouse click away, but back then, it had to be done from scratch. I even played UPS man and personally delivered orders on my bike. My parents became more and more nervous with each box from California being dropped off on the front porch. But I was making profit and just getting ready to turn 15. My parents were worried I was getting braver and more independent with my life. I had no problem expressing myself with strong words, my leather jacket, or my colorful friends. Many they disapproved of. I was livid that I was being scolded every time I did something they disapproved of. My life was in place, and I felt like I was doing good, heading in the right direction. I wasn't doing drugs or drinking alcohol. I think it was my look and attitude that instilled fear into my straight-edged parents. As if at that age, I should be hanging out with the Millers wearing a sport coat. Not me. They were more concerned with how I looked and how it made them appear to my teachers or their friends. I was an individual expressing myself, not an immoral, rampant child. The summer air was intoxicating. Skating daily, selling kids skateboard goods out of my basement, baking in the sun for hours, and plugging in a 20-foot extension cord to the phone line so I can talk to my friends outside. What could possibly be the soundtrack to my life? Guns N' Roses. The album Appetite for Destruction can be played loudly during this whole time period. Round and round, non-stop. I had been into other bands up until now, but nothing even came close to the impact GNR would have on my siphoning teen ears. Fill 'em up. I could play each song on guitar, start to finish, alongside the entire album. My jean jacket was now a mosaic of patches and buttons representing GNR. No need for a haircut for a while either. During this time, my friends and I were grinding on our skateboards and grinding as much independence as we could away from our parents. We developed a method of sneaking out of the house in the middle of the night. Most teens do this at least once or twice in their teen tenure. My tribe did this weekly. Rain, sleet, or snow, nothing stopped us. We titled our middle of the night sneak out shenanigans as Ramboing. We saw ourselves as Rambo with our camouflage outfits and flashlights. We owned the night. The world slept while we walked the streets. Well, mainly we were tucked behind houses in trees and we trekked our way to our destinations. We never snuck out to toilet paper houses or to vandalize. We were actually pretty mature on our approach to the whole thing. Typically, it was my friends Casey and Mark that lived nearby and were able to tap on my window around 1 a.m. or so. The light from the flashlight through my window was my wake-up call. I would leap up and shrug myself down the hallway to the guest bedroom. There was a window that I could simply crawl out of that led under the back porch to my exit. My house wasn't Alcatraz. It was simple as 1, 2, 3, freedom. I never did get caught Ramboing. We knew all the police hotspots and could even detect the silent hums of police car engines compared to normal car engines. There was a close call one time when we curled ourselves in a bush while a police car shined its lights on the bushes. Our stealth stillness and full camouflage outfits saved us from curfew's doom. I should tell you that this activity is a bad idea. I was lucky nothing crazy happened. It's not safe to be venturing into the night with your parents having no idea where you are. I can only imagine how my parents would have felt if they woke up to find me not there. Was Doug kidnapped? Did he sneak out and have something bad happen to him? We could have got caught and spent time at a juvenile detention center. Summer was whisking by quickly. I had just turned 15. It was mid-July and I was having a blast. Right up until my dad knocked on my bedroom door. I have to explain something about my parents. They loved me very much. I don't doubt that. Unfortunately, they were people who found it easier to pay someone to fix something than to handle it themselves. Whether it was a leaky faucet or an unruly kid, and I, the rebel, fit that category. There was a knock on my door. "Doug," I heard my dad nervously say. "Yeah, Dad. What's up?" "You've got to come upstairs. There's someone here to see you," he said just above a whisper. "I'll be there in a second." I just woke up and was rubbing my eyes. Clarity was not going to be easy to face. Something didn't feel right, and I knew I was going to be walking into a trap set by my parents. Here I was being shipped away. I sluggishly walked upstairs only to see a shape of a man. He was a policeman I'd seen before and a friend of the family. His name was Steve Thornton. He would later become the chief of police. Fortunately, the guy was cool, so it eased a great deal of my tension. Looking like an ideal policeman, only dressed in flannel shirt and jeans, I almost felt like he sympathized with me, and I could feel compassion in his voice and demeanor. It's not like I saw him and jetted out the back door. On our way to the airport, he took me out to eat at the Olive Garden, and we talked about life and family. We got on a plane together, and jet set out west. Billings, Montana was my home for the next 3 weeks. I would be joining the Voyager Outward Bound's Beartooth Wilderness Expedition. Translation: Hell Camp. It was the period of my life I refer to as the Vietnam days. I have countless stories of pain and struggle while on this adventure. On the first night, I was depressed and already began to feel homesick. I had weeks ahead of me with no electricity or civilization other than the wolves, rattlesnakes, and creatures of the night. More than once, I almost sat on a rattlesnake during a break from hiking. Each day's assignment was basically just hike and survive. That's really all we did, day in and day out, one foot in front of the other. On one occasion, we were assigned to find our way to the next location, solely on our own. With our group of 10, including the counselors, we set out at 7 a.m. and hiked until 9 p.m., taking breaks only for food. We woke up the next morning in the snow only to find out that we spent the whole day hiking completely in the wrong direction. So we angrily backtracked the whole journey to where we started the previous day. My creative edge never left me, even as I was on the 3-day solo expedition. This was 3 days of no food and being left completely alone to fend for myself. We were only given a 4x8 blue tarp. So, what did I do? I found this perfect enclosure of 2 trees and set out to make my mansion. I had an elaborate stick fence walkway that led to the opening where I slept. I made a little hut that actually had a sense of warmth and homeness. The counselor said in all their years of doing this, they had never seen such an elaborate fort. For me, it was easy. What else was I supposed to do to pass the time? This was well after the 2nd week, so I was more than happy to get some sleep and to have some alone time from the others. It was no summer camp. I was faced with a 50-pound backpack, no civilization, no skating, and miles upon miles of mountain hiking. I lost nearly 15 pounds from my already bony frame, which I made up for with my first meal at home, large Domino's pizza with a 2-liter of Pepsi, all for myself. Of course, out of the 10 kids in my group, I was labeled the skater dude. They wore their LL Bean clothes and I was decked out in Vision Gator shorts and a pink Vision Psycho Stick shirt. Being a skater became even more a part of my identity and my true self. Upon the closing of the expedition, we were each individually interviewed by the counselors. Everyone pretty much had the same response. This stunk and I hated it. The counselors gathered our colorful group back up and proceeded to lecture that we would completely miss the whole point of the camp. I love how they called it a camp when it was anything but that. So, they re-interviewed each one of us after their pep talk about the camp. Everyone changed their story. Okay, I guess it was okay and I learned a lot, was the common response. It was my turn, and my inner voice kicked in. Doug, stick to your guns, my thoughts were saying. Well, Doug, what did you think about your experiences here with us? The counselor asked me. This stunk and I hated it, was my firm response. Okay, this probably came across pretty bad to the counselors, but my honesty was important and I wasn't going to conform or change my answer. Today, I am thankful I was put through this experience because I can draw a lot from it. The sights were extremely beautiful, but starving and muscle strain overcast the views. It wasn't an easy experience. It was roughing it full on. I would have answered their questions differently now, but then I was just a teenager. I'm still glad I didn't change my answer solely on them wanting me to, or that everyone else conformed. After surviving those few weeks, I was given an envelope before boarding the bus that would be taking me to the Billings airport. I'm going home. It was a 2-page typed letter from my mother. It begins, Dear Dougie Bug, you are reading this now on the plane or bus as you're getting to come back home. I wonder how you are feeling now. I imagine you are very tired and have mixed emotions about all of this. She continues to catch me up to speed about what's been happening at the homestead. Toward the end of the letter, with her heart on her sleeve, she finishes, I can't believe you will be a freshman. Time flies. It's like starting a new leaf for you after junior high. We hope you can settle into the high school routine here and have a good year. I know by the time you got out of junior high, you had gotten pretty tired of school. The next 4 years are so important for you in so many ways, and we are looking out for your best interest, although I know you have some severe doubts. We've not had one of our better years together. I know that, and I feel very sad that you have called me names. That will not continue. You're a special, unique person with so much going for you, and I appreciate the zest for life you have, but I am concerned about all the anger you have locked inside. Let us help you. You're very important to me, and I care so much. Love, Mom. I remember reading the letter on the bumpy bus ride. My headphones were full throttle, and I was inhaling the tunes, distracted from reality. Her words did reach me, but I was still in that teenage tunnel vision to some degree. Reading this letter now, as an adult, in its entirety, brings me near tears. I made it to the airport and was set to fly home. The flight was pure bliss. I remember blasting Guns N' Roses, Paradise City on my yellow Sony Walkman as I was exiting the plane. It was a perfect fit of song and moment when I was going back to my normal life. The lyrics, take me down to the Paradise City where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. Oh, won't you please take me home? Perfect. On the drive home from the airport, my dad asked me how it went, and I simply said, I hated it. Then we went back to talking about the new flavor of Coke and anything else that was going on in the world. That was it. Coming home, I was taller than my brother, and I felt more grown up. I could sense that if fights were to erupt, they would be few and far between. Ironically, the day after I got home, we were set on a family vacation to the mountains of West Virginia. Only this was to be a time in a cabin with running water, electricity, and some civilization. Oh, what we take for granted in our everyday lives. That August week in West Virginia was well needed. It had been a Brown family tradition to go there every summer since I was 5. We would spend a week in the mountains of Canaan Valley, West Virginia, on Mirror Lake. Accompanying us were my grandparents on my mother's side. My grandma would spend days before the journey baking homemade cookies for us to devour during the stay. It was a week of fishing, swimming, canoeing, spaghetti dinners, nightly movies, and most importantly, family time. I still had a good dose of rebellion, but this week, all that was put aside. I was still loudly playing Guns N' Roses' Appetite for Destruction album on repeat. My headphones would vibrate song after song. The music was an escape. I was never interested in drugs or alcohol. I had snuck a couple Bartles and James wine coolers with my friends to sip, but that was it. We never got drunk. I never even thought of going near marijuana. I was already high on my skateboarding and music. Fortunately, it wasn't floating around our junior high or my social circuit. However, I did sadly grasp the thought of smoking a cigarette. My mother was a closet smoker, and she was very embarrassed by it. In grade school, I would get in fights with her about quitting. Now, here I was in West Virginia, and I had just turned 15. In those days, they had cigarette vending machines, no different than buying a can of pop. I went into the basement of the nearby lodge and deposited 5 quarters into the hungry machine, and there it was. I went back to the cabin and snuck out into the sunny wooded hills alone. I should tell you that this was something completely stupid to do or try. I sat down and had a go at inhaling. I got dizzy and felt sick to my stomach. I flirted with having another one later that week, but the pack soon found the trash can. I had friends that smoked, and it seemed to be more of a fashion statement than anything. I was so thankful I never got hooked or invested any more thoughts in doing it again. I am all about health. Even at 15, I was conscious about being good to my body, especially being so physical with skateboarding. Sadly, today teens are experimenting more with marijuana, pills, and other toxic things. I barely tiptoed into smoking cigarettes. This new generation has become numb to the awful consequences drugs can bring on. Be smart, for goodness sakes. You need to take care of yourself and spend your teen years with memories and brain cells. Peer pressure is a weight that can be easily fought. Get your anti-drugs in order. You don't have to subscribe to do what others are doing. If you have friends that are doing drugs, try to get them to seek help. Above all, don't let them get you into doing the same destructive behaviors. You are better than that. The hectic, busy life back home consumed my parents. But that one single week in West Virginia held a sense of serenity as a family unit. After graduating high school and the passing of my mom, the tradition was abandoned. I was the only family member to continue going to the lake through the years, even to this day. Even through financially hard times, I would scrape together enough money to stay just for a weekend. This was one of those special places that, throughout the decades, nothing changed but maybe a video store turned deli. Family life had changed so much for me in my adulthood, but going there, I could still feel family memories in the wind and my mom's spirit in the sunset. Back to my teen reality. Welcome to my freshman year at Worcester High School. I can't say it was a warm welcome. My mom was preaching that preps were the future leaders. I was now 15 and not on board with that. The first day of school, I wore all denim and a solid Guns N' Roses t-shirt. My bangs were in my eyes, while the back of my hair was flirting to become a mullet. My facial expression was a smile with a Billy Idol snarl. I had approximately 20 metal bracelets per arm. I was armed for the new year. Oh, the changes that await in the next 4 years. Within a week, I got the bright idea to pierce my ear. I found myself on a walk at the neighboring College of Worcester campus. On the top floor of the Lowry Center, I made my way into the restroom. I looked in the mirror with determination. I took the back sharp end of my soon-to-be earring up to my awaiting earlobe. A little warm water, aim, and press and push, and press, and oh my God, there is an earring half stuck in my ear. With a drip of blood, it made it all the way through. I just pierced my ear. My parents are going to kill me. They didn't, but leaving on many mornings, my mother would say, "Take that dagger out of your ear. You aren't going anywhere wearing that." Of course, the dagger made the short trip from my pocket to my earlobe come first period class. Okay, here comes the fashion police. I'm not proud of all my ever-changing outfits and hairstyles. I had in my teen years. The threads at the time felt right, and my peers were pretty much rocking the same style. I'm old enough to witness some of these styles making a return. However, there is a good chance in 20 years you will see photos of yourself and have a laugh or two about the fashion of your day. I used to draw tattoos up and down my arms my freshman year. I would trace them daily so they would survive showers. Would I still want that artwork I drew way back then to be on my arms today? Definitely not. I have nothing against tattoos at all. Just wait to have them until you are 18 and out of high school. Same goes for piercings. I put a hole in my ear at 15, and I should have waited. Today, anything goes with piercings. Like the tats. I have nothing against piercings. Just wait until you are 18 to do anything to alter your body. Fashion and hairstyles you can change during your ever-changing teen years. Remember, tattoos and piercings are permanent. Chapter 4, High School Entry. My freshman year was a troubled time with bad grades and a questionable future. In my blood, I felt I was going to do something special and different. But I also knew achieving this goal would be a struggle. As the black sheep of my family, I was forced to embrace being different and also to learn to believe in myself. As a freshman in high school, I was pissed off at the world and didn't know why. It wasn't until years later that I could see the bigger picture. My friends and I basically all had the same style going for us. My neighbor friend Casey and I kept up our tans and wore shirts sporting a different skate company or band every other day. In school, I was still a Ferris Bueller of sorts and was friends with all walks of life. I didn't have a problem simply being myself and fitting in with any group. I freely hung out with anyone that I could gel with. Being the son of a doctor, I was often judged on my appearance. No rugby shirts or sport coats for me. I happily wore my Harley leather jacket. I could have been the 6th member of Guns N' Roses that year. 2 weeks into October of 1988, a cloud was coming over my freshman life. A spiritual storm was headed my way, cloudy with a chance of depression, inner strength, anxiety, and determination. At the start of this book, I took you to a day that my parents told me I was going to miss a day of school to go to Cleveland and to take some career assessment aptitude test. I had no idea I wouldn't be returning home that night. It was referred to as a school which completely covered up what it really was. This was a special institution specifically to turn a bad kid into a good kid. P78 was the name of this facility. It looked like an old Holiday Inn turned into a playground for therapists and psychologists. I was in total lockdown 6 days a week, with the only break being Sundays when we got to go on a supervised field trip to the roller rink. It was total hell. I lost all my trust in my parents and felt I didn't need anyone to get things done. I now appreciate the deep inner strength I gained during this time and how the experience had a profound effect I still feel to this day. Believe me, my parents loved me and I loved them. But the way I saw it, they were busy professional people who didn't want to deal with their unruly son, so they made it someone else's job. This was a total stab in the back. I was angry and felt deeply betrayed. My bedroom at home was stripped and all my personal belongings were searched. I felt violated in so many ways. This didn't make sense. I was completely drug and alcohol free. Yes, my grades were failing, but I was in a good and optimistic state of mind. Was it my rebellious look that shook them? Was it that my bedroom had Metallica posters covering up the baseball wallpaper? Being plucked out of my normal life at that time was horrible. It was the worst thing they could do to me. I was sharing a room with a kid who broke his teacher's nose, and my other roommate was suicidal. And there I was, a kid with bad grades. Real out of the norm, right? The very first night, an overwhelming sense of independence flooded me. I told myself this was it. I was going to make my own way in this world, and my parents weren't going to be my support. This wasn't a healthy environment for me to be placed in. I was already feeling alienated a bit, like any teen is at that age. Me, being optimistic, did what I could with the experience. We weren't allowed to touch one another or be in a room with a girl unless it was a group activity. If you bumped into someone, you would be punished. I gained a crush on a particular girl that was my age and knew she was set to be released the following day. We arranged a time to meet in an off room and had ourselves a makeout session. The rooms had no doors, so sure enough, midway through making out, we were spotted, immediately separated, and set for punishment. For me, it was sitting in a chair alone for an afternoon. It was totally worth it, as I was smiling the whole time. I would get to call home for 10 minutes a day on a payphone in the hallway. Dialing home was always bittersweet. I was homesick. I missed my life, my normalcy. It was always my mother I talked to each time. She and I had some bonds. We were both looking forward to the debut of this new show on ABC called Roseanne. This was something we were going to watch together. It was October 18th, and I was still locked up and missed the debut. I had asked her about the show, and she assured me it was a keeper, and I was there in spirit. I would try to inject a "get me out of here, please," in the conversation, and she would always steer to changing to small talk. "I love you," would always end the phone calls. Those were words few and far between face to face. I learned a great deal about people going through adversity. These were troubled teenagers living far worse things than anything I've ever experienced. It was full-on education about so many different types of people, from anorexics to suicidals and more. My parents did visit me a couple times. The pressure was intense to act as if everything was just great and that I was happy as can be, so I could be released. For several months, the only outlets I had to fill my desire to skate were Thrasher magazines and fingerboards. I remember hearing the song Kokomo by the Beach Boys constantly on the radio. The song held a temporary escape from reality. I had discovered Metallica's And Justice for All album. I was eventually able to have my guitar, so I spent any downtime writing songs or drawing up potential album covers for my next original music project. I would often play the old yellow upright piano in the recreation room. Playing Sweet Child of Mine, many of the counselors took notice and often commented on how they enjoyed the sounds. If only that could warrant me as an early release. My only retreat of solitude was taking my daily shower, which I would stay in for as long as I could before they told me time was up. This was really the only time I could ever be alone without having people around, and it was a calming part of my day. I would stay in the shower and really let my mind ponder on life and my direction. I could think to myself, even cry when I needed to. My grandparents wrote me often, which was encouraging. So much optimism was painted throughout all their letters. Hang in there. Think positive. You will make it through this. And I did make it through it. All those letters helped pillow the punch of change. Coming home in early December was bittersweet. I was stripped of the season fall, so it was cold, snowy day, but freedom tasted nice. It was awful going back to school. One day I was there just being a normal student, and then months later, randomly returned. The rumor mill was in full swing, and it was hard to deal with at that age. Right before I was sent away, the school's band room was vandalized, and it was even on the news. So there was this speculation that I was involved. People heard I got hit by a train, ran away, or other crazy versions of where Doug went off to. School became a breeze because it was bad grades that led me to where I was. So I was going to do whatever it took to smell the fresh air. Free air. Every day after school, I walked to the library, did homework, studied, and walked a few miles home in the freezing snow. My academic discipline was in motion and paid off. I was thankful because my parents were dead set on sending me to a private school in New York. With my new A's and B's and returning questions about my mom's health, the private school idea was flushed away. My social life remained the same, and rumors fizzled with time. I was only paranoid with my parents. I never feared the rest of the world. I was now more independent than ever. My life in school was to get good grades and get out. I didn't need drugs or alcohol to escape from my downtimes. I was buzzed on sheer freedom and my hobbies. It would have been easy to escape into that world of partying and drinking, but I was smart enough to know it was the wrong direction for me to go. I was also conscious of who I surrounded myself with. My friends were drug-free, so it was fortunately never around. I was lucky that I had my high school counselor, Cheryl Welch. It's hit or miss with these counselors in school. While locked up in P78, I spoke to many therapists that I didn't connect with at all. Not all have the insight and true knowledge to pull this off successfully. Cheryl was heaven sent. She was maybe 5 feet tall with bright blonde curly hair. Her hugs alone seemed to withdraw tears and dialogue I wouldn't have with anyone else. My parents would touch base with her from time to time, making sure I wasn't becoming too disconnected from myself. Talk to your counselor at school. It's very important you don't hide what you are going through from them. You have teachers for algebra and science. The school doesn't have teachers for helping you with inner battles and dramas that can consume you. Sometimes I would be in class and on the tip of a tear and not know why. Finding my way to her small little square office was so helpful. She was with me through my whole high school years. If you are down and depressed, don't hide it. If you feel like you might hurt yourself or others or someone has hurt you, please open up to a counselor or a trusted adult. Your school counselor is on your side. They are there to help ease the tension you have inside and outside of the classroom. Once I was back home from my lockup time, my friends and I didn't let the cold weather prevent us from skating. We just incorporated it into the drills. We skated to see who could ollie the highest ice block. My bros and I spent those snowy days at a spot we called the Shelter on the college campus. It had an open area with a roof to give us some clear space and housed 3 benches and a wedge. This is where I learned to grind and slide, and was also where we started to ollie our boards with height and control. We began to surprise ourselves and each other with our improvements. The camaraderie and encouragement was healthy. Today, I see way too much competition and negativity with new skaters. We were improving, and it was becoming more fun and rewarding. I was happy to see the end of my freshman year of high school. Summer of 1989 would have its adventures, no doubt. Every waking minute was spent with my friend Casey. I was always the crazier of the two of us. I was willing to jump off something dangerous, while Casey played it safe more often than not. Our appetites were microwave pizzas, sneaking out at night, tanning, meeting girls, and more skating. My brother was in his own world, gearing up for college in the fall, and was in a serious relationship. My brother and I never really talked at all, as two separate lives began. My skate crew and I spent our summer skating for hours on the streets of Worcester. I was soon to turn 16, but I was fine with the skateboard and bike for transportation. Getting my license could wait a year. We found some new outdoor skate parks, like North Lake and Clay's Park, which were both only 45 minutes away. My friend Casey and I caught wind of a pro demo in Youngstown on my birthday, so my grandparents drove us 2 hours to the event. My grandparents were simply amazing and lovable. It was Team Jobless, which had some Alva guys, and my favorite, Fred Smith. Kids were sessioning the parking lots, and the team had a big vertical ramp that was only 8 feet wide but 12 feet high. I had never seen pros skate live in my life. It was unbelievable and such an eye-opener because it really woke me up to the potential skateboarding had. At the time, we thought we were hot stuff in our small town, but we were little ants compared to these radical guys. I was front row center in the middle of the action when Fred Smith's board flew off the ramp and nailed me in the shin. Holy cow! It felt like a baseball bat hitting a ball and hurt so bad. But I didn't dare let it show. I handed him his board in awe. I just had a transaction with a real pro skater. I look back to that moment when kids ask me for my autograph these days. Had Fred brushed me off, I would have been hurt and let down. But he reached out to me. "Thanks, kid," Fred said. Yep, only 2 words, but in my head I was hearing, "Oh my God, Fred Smith just talked to me and I handed him his board. Wow." Going back to our small town after that day, we had a renewed stokeness and purpose. I needed to build my own ramp. That would happen in due time. My sophomore year of high school is upon us. Behold! My hair is a lot longer, my leather jacket won't leave my side, and I'm feeling like I have some direction in my life. This year would have the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. Shortly after my 16th birthday, I would reunite with someone I met at an all-night roller skate party back in April. I had a few different female friends, but this one kept shining brighter and brighter. Our phone calls increased until one day I realized she was my girlfriend. My first official girlfriend. A real relationship. Meet Shiloh. Shiloh lived 45 minutes away in the town of Medina. She was a cute, short thing with bouncy brown hair and a smile that could melt a snowman. We were in love. Hardcore puppy love. The long distance didn't affect us at all. We would write each other colorful letters throughout the week. Our mail lady was entertained by our artwork on the envelopes. Our parents were in our cheering section and would cart us back and forth on the weekends. We would usually get to see each other for one day, typically Saturday. Her mom would bring her down to see me, and my dad would take her back that night. On more than one occasion, I would pay my brother or his girlfriend to sneak me a ride to Medina. This routine would continue for some time. We could be a bit manic depressive at times. We really experienced so much together as a teenage couple. September 16th, 1989 at 6:30 p.m., I would become a man. My grandparents were staying with me. So, a free and safe basement was the grounds for this moment. To our credit, we waited for some time and we were very smart. Very smart. It's a part of my history. We were young, in love, and never thought we would be apart. All our notes were sprinkled with "I love yous." We would make phone calls that would last beyond our limits. I remember having to pay my mom back a lot of cash. $20 here, $10 there. She was not happy about the bulging phone bill. Shiloh would be in the foreground and the background throughout the upcoming school year. I was being smart during this time. My father was a gynecologist, so I was educated on everything women and reproduction. Telling teens to not have sex is not the solution to keep teens behaving. I will tell you that you should wait until you are mature enough and in a loving relationship. It's not something to throw around lightly. In most homes, this topic is sadly never discussed. Condoms, birth control, and responsibility are ingredients in the being smart department. Unwanted pregnancies and sexually transmitted diseases are real issues among teens. It's not something to ignore or tread lightly upon. You aren't ready to be a parent as a teenager. You are still growing and developing yourself and your character. Teen mothers have monumental challenges in order to achieve their own dreams and careers. Be smart. Think. Be safe. Simple actions in life can have huge consequences. Dating in high school is also a heavy component of teen life. I'm old school in my philosophies of this. It all boils down to respect. Choose wisely with who you want to be more than friends with. Love is real. It's a real word and action. Don't use it unless you mean it. The teenage heartbeat can pound loudly to the beat of its own drum. It's important when going into a relationship that it's a healthy one. School, friends, and family should never be put to the wayside. Communication is key as well. Thank goodness, when I was in high school, texting and Facebook were non-existent. We only had landline phones and the great art of note passing. That's right, we picked up a pen and paper and wrote. We picked up a phone and actually used words to express ourselves. Put your iPhone down. Keep your texting to a minimum. Words on a page and spoken words are essential. I see couples on dates all the time that are silently sitting across from each other texting the whole time. This is beyond awful and disturbing to witness. It bothers me. Face-to-face communication is becoming a lost art. Technology in the communication world has its place. A side note about the internet and social media. Never give out or list your personal information or phone number anywhere online. Be smart. There are slimy predators that can easily lure you and pretend to be someone they aren't. Keep your trust paper thin on the World Wide Web. Another dating 101 advice I have is about being a gentleman. Fellas, listen up. I learned everything from seeing how my father treated my mother. I only saw my parents fight once in their marriage, and it was a small disagreement. Not many people can say that. Get the door for your lady. Don't walk in front of her while going to dinner on a date. Get the car door for her, even if she's the one driving. I'm not saying you have to do this on overload every pit stop, but on a date or just out of the blue can be a nice gesture. Hold her hand, compliment her, listen to her. Your lady doesn't want you to fix all her problems. She wants you to listen to them. Speaking should be reciprocal. Her mind is more attractive, important than her body. I will always believe that beauty starts from within. Have compassion. Women are complicated. We all are as humans, so understanding each other can take work. Disagreements happen. Breakups happen. I've had my share of breakups in school. At the time, it seemed like a tumultuous divorce and the end of the world. It's not. In fact, it's a normal part of teenage dating. You learn from your breakups. You gain growth and strength from a breakup. What you learn from your last relationship can improve your future relationships. It can take time and patience to get over someone. That's normal. As a teen, you already have so much on your heavy plate. Move on. Whether or not it's ended as friends or enemies, moving on must happen. Schools, friends, and family should still be up and ready on the forefront. The sophomore autumn days were chilly, and my Harley leather jacket and killer mullet weren't keeping me warm. But I knew my friend Jeff's basement would, so I joined his band called Volcava. I had met Jeff while in choir. What was I doing in choir? My parents said it was band or choir. I chose choir and spent a lot of my time perfecting lip syncing. I was singing daily on my own time, but had no desire to share it with the choir. Jeff kept talking about U2 and the Beatles to the girl he was sitting beside, so I fell into the conversation, and from there, a musical duo was born. We were a three-piece metal band that did original songs and metal versions of Prince and Beatles songs. I was the youngest, while Jeff and Mike were seniors. We played everywhere, from roller rinks to Christmas parties at the Ponderosa. We made an original tape and sold it at the surrounding schools, and always signed autographs at our gigs. My parents and brother never went to any of the band's gigs. It never really bothered me. This may come from the separation I adapted to when they first shipped me away. They were really sunk into their own separate lives. They never really saw my musical growth. My identity was coming to fruition. I was a boyfriend, I was in a band, I still had my basement skate shop operation, and I was still a skateboarder. Grades were a little more relaxed, but I can get by with C's. By this point, my skate clan had our fill of the streets of Worcester, but we had never skated in a real skate park. It was a cold December, and we heard of this indoor park by Cleveland, an hour away, called Berea Rolling Bowl. I was absolutely ready to leap out and skate a real half pipe. So we begged Mark's parents to take us up one snowy Sunday. For us, this was the Disneyland of skateboarding. I was super stoked, but also nervous, because the word was this place had huge stuff. We shot out of the car, got memberships, and rushed onto the wooden floor. It lived up to its expectations, housing a vertical ramp, 6-foot pipe, loads of wedges, and quarter pipes. This became my new home and training ground. Eventually, Mark got his license, and we went religiously every Sunday for months. It was the street during the week and vertical on the weekends. This was the park I learned to ride half pipe at. The street finger flips and varials I could now perform on the pipe. One memorable session, I also learned the importance of duct tape. I was bailing out of a trick and ripped my pink skate shorts. With the middle exposed, I flew to the restroom, silvered myself up with tape, and was ready to ride again. I looked like the Pink Tin Man skateboarding. We never missed a weekend for anything. For instance, once I had strep throat and could barely stand, but it didn't matter. I was riding. My family never paid attention to my skateboarding at all. Zero. We were a family that had 4 independent players. The doctor, the realtor, the pre-college student, and me, the mystery. It never bothered me that they didn't take notice of my skating or anything else I was into at the time. I never felt my mom or brother had any problems with my hobbies. It was my dad I would see shaking his head as he came home from work, pulling into the driveway while I was jumping off the front porch onto my skateboard. I don't think my dad was envisioning me going to an office sporting a suit and tie in the next few years. To this day, my dad doesn't believe I was the black sheep in the family. I'm not sure why though. I can remember being at the dinner table and all three of them yelling at me about this or that and feeling alone and isolated. I would spend hours in my bedroom and basically converted it into an apartment, complete with lock and key. I would eat breakfast and midnight snacks in my room. I went out and bought a small black and white TV and stole the cable line, running it through the hallway ceiling, sending it directly into my room. For years, my room was essentially my retreat apartment. With the lack of communication, I wasn't sure what was going on with my mother's health. She had deleted cancer from her life a few years ago, but apparently and abruptly, it came back. She was more open to the public about it this round. There was something darker in the air. She never stopped smiling, but the force of darkness was apparent. Times like this are hard to describe. I remember the feelings more than the visuals. I felt numb, addicted to my projects, band, girlfriend, skating, anything. Here's my mother's typed Christmas letter, word for word, to friends and family. I found this letter just recently. Hi, everyone. Last year, I didn't make a Christmas letter. Had good intentions. We have had an interesting 1989, have seen better years, however, am looking forward to 1990. Nick did indeed graduate from high school and is now a freshman at Allegheny College in Meadville, Pennsylvania. He got off to a good start, and we are very proud of him. Doug is now 16, a high school sophomore, and into rock music and girls. He has had a maturing year, and we feel there may be hope for our youngest offspring. I suppose the news story of the year, unfortunately, was and still is my health status. My lymphoma returned in May, and in August I spent 7 weeks at the University of Nebraska getting a bone marrow transplant. The typewriter traveled with me. I returned the 1st of October and have just recently learned that I have relapsed along with some bone problems that have kept me off my feet. Starting in January, we will go at it again and see what's happening. However, I am somewhat discouraged, as you might imagine. I left U of N in complete remission, so they were in a complete surprise too. My disease has been an enigma from the start, so we're hoping there are still some surprises around the bend. In the meantime, the past 2 years, my real estate career did take off, and I was the top salesperson last year and somehow managed to receive an award this year. Next year may be dry. Chuck is managing us all and doing a terrific job. His practice is still booming, and they have a 4th partner now, which has certainly been helpful the last year. He spent a lot of time with me in Omaha and trying to keep the home fires burning. My parents have spent more time this year in our home than theirs. What a supportive family. We are looking forward to a bright 1990, and our wish for you and your families a Merry Christmas and Healthy New Year. Love, Chuck, Becky, Nick, Doug. Even after the good and bad my parents gave me, I loved them dearly and was glad they were mine. They did what they thought was the right thing to do at the time. They provided me and my brother with a great upbringing and instilled us with high morals and values. So with the good and the good they did far outweighed the bad. Everything they put me through, both positive and negative, has made me the man I am today, and I'm grateful for that. Even when my mom's health was deteriorating, my dad was relentless in showing his affection for my mother. The snow melted, and it was nearing the end of March 1990. It was my parents' wedding anniversary, and it would most likely be their last. I will never forget coming home from school my sophomore year in late March. I opened the front door to the overwhelming smell of flowers. I turned the corner to the living room, only to see my weak, fragile mom sitting in a recliner, engulfed in tears. She was surrounded by a sea of flowers. The entire room was full. 25 different bouquets of roses, carnations, forsythias, and poinsettias were all representing each year of their marriage. My father's last given gesture representing their years of devotion together. I didn't know what to say and was caught off guard. I slowly turned around to head out of the room. I was overwhelmed with feelings of sadness. There was a breaking feeling in the air that her time was limited and was most likely to be my parents' last anniversary. In just 2 delicate weeks, my mother would face her fate. Chapter 5. Impossible Wall Climber. Get a job was something I started to hear a lot during this time. When I was in grade school, I was really good at saving money. My dad taught me that profit wasn't a dirty word. I was creative with my money-making opportunities before high school. My dad and I started our own videotaping company called Keepsake Video. We would film weddings and split the earnings. I would perform magic shows at birthday parties and get paid. I had my own video rental operation in full bloom for my neighborhood. They were simple little ventures for a grade schooler, but still profitable. I think good work ethic is very important. As a teenager, keep school the top priority, but find work. Take advantage of the time and position you are in. You don't have an electric bill. You don't have a mortgage. Keep your spending low. Gas money and responsible spending is rational. Spoil yourself with buying a CD, a DVD, or Christmas gifts for the important folks. But save, save, and save. You want to graduate high school with a healthy savings account. If you don't have a savings account, go out and get one. Feed that puppy as much as you can. You will need that money in the near future. Trust me. With my mother's support in the spring of 1990, I started to seriously consider a future in music. I was a huge fan of the Beatles and studied their career. The idea that one could make a living from something fun was very appealing. But the real world was knocking and my parents were telling me to get a job or else. Wendy's and Arby's were only in my mind for a split second because I knew I was clever and could come up with something better. Going back to my entrepreneurial roots, I was ready to open the real Skate Shack shop, this time in a legit building. The store was connected to a medical supply shop, but it was just the right size with the right look and feel. I only had saved some money up here and there to build up my savings, so I made some connections and got a small loan to get the wheels rolling. It only took $900 and I was up and running. I paid the loan back in a week and a half. This was my operation, no one else's. People assumed my family was behind the funding, but it was just me and my bravery. Luck was on my side, as I only had to pay $50 per month to rent the small space. Profit City, here we come. I bought some showcases and put some 2x4s and banners on the wall. I met with the Community Chamber of Commerce and got a vendor's license. At only 16, I became an entrepreneur overnight. With that $900, I placed my first order with a Chicago wholesale company, and I was up and running. My once basement garage sale store was becoming a reality. I couldn't believe it. I had become the surfer skate shop guy I envisioned myself as years before. Things seemed to be at an all-time high. My grades were improving, and I had the coolest job a high school kid could ever have. Everything was smooth sailing for me, or so I thought. The cold days of spring held a bright spot for me, as I was pretty excited about the grand opening of my skate shop on April 9th, 1990. My family wasn't able to make it because by this point, my mom's cancer battle had become pretty intense. She was no longer able to talk and spent nights on a respirator, so the family wanted to stay with her that day. I saw her the day before and couldn't do anything other than hold her hand and offer my words of support. I said, "It will be okay." She didn't have to say anything. I could see from the look in her eyes that she reciprocated the same sense of peace, a very heavy emotional moment for me. The skate shack gave me a purpose other than being a student. It was all I could do at the time to give my life some weight and purpose. My parents forcing me to get a job led me here, so I couldn't hate them for that. If there is one thing I've accepted with the positions my parents forced me into, it was learning from the experiences and making the best of it. I received an education about people and was faced to struggle, which only made me stronger. And now I can thank them for that. That day, I biked to the shop, had a very profitable opening day, and then went home, high on my success. That high came crashing down when I pulled into the driveway and saw my brother shooting hoops. When he turned around to face me, he looked somewhat deflated as his shoulders were sinking inward from the weight they carried. Words weren't necessary. He didn't have to say anything. The look in his eyes said it all. Mom had passed away, and my comprehension of that fact left me with an indescribable sinking feeling. I was in total shock, and my tears were frozen back. In the years to come, however, they would flow freely and usually at the most unexpected of times. Her funeral was an outpouring of people from all over the community. It was unreal. My dad, brother, and I kept our composure and held up well. It was impossible to imagine how my dad was feeling. He had been with her every step of the way. He had an electric piano brought into my mother's hospital room for her to continue playing. He took the drives to Cleveland for her treatment. After all, this was his lifetime partner, his prom date, his high school sweetheart. My mom was writing in her diary that she had a crush on my dad while in grade school. These two were walking hand in hand on the streets of Mount Gilead back in junior high. They were boyfriend-girlfriend in first grade. A true love story. My mother's piano teacher played her favorite piano pieces throughout the funeral. It felt surreal and still seems that way looking back. The only thing I remember my dad telling us was, "Everything is going to be okay," with tears on the edge of his eyelids. It was as if he was talking through all of us, reassuring that she is no longer in pain and the clouds have cleared. I was uncomfortable. I would try and make my brother laugh by saying funny things about my mom, anything to crack a smile. My bandmates came out of respect. Shiloh made a quick appearance. The whole community was there. Many faces I knew, just as many I didn't. This time of my life is one of the hardest to understand. It's as if she left on a trip and just never returned. Yes, I was confused and depressed. but I hid in my hobbies and the birth of the skate shack. This would have been an easy time to slip into something negative, but once again, I looked inward and knew my life was heading in a positive direction. Honor the people in your life that are no longer with you. Pump that heart of yours full of purpose. Life gives us grace. Beat that drum. Strum that guitar. Ride that skateboard. Hold tightly to that microphone. Speak loud with honesty and integrity. Today could be your last piece in the puzzle that is life. Dance, smile, and embrace the signs of magic that blinks itself into your day. Allow yourself to feel. Obsess over the here and now. Yesterday happened and painted the timeline you landed on. Learn from your steps, one foot in front of the other. Have your eyes, ears, mind, and heart open. Life won't wait for you. You have to live it to the fullest. The next day, after her funeral, I went back to school. My brother went back to college, and my dad went back to work. Some would say this was wrong. Take a month off to regroup. We took this time as, well, what would my mother want? Would she want us to sit around depressed and sulking? No. She would want us to go on as strong men, soldiers fighting to pick up the pieces and carry on. And that's what we did. Some things changed and some things didn't. My fashion relaxed a little more. The earring was put to rest. The long bangs could be removed. I could wear a turtleneck one day and sport the ripped up jean jacket the next. Home life was the Brown boys doing what they had to do. Move on. I felt a little guilty that the day after my mom died, we all went back to normal. People at school looked at me like I was crazy or that I was going to burst into tears at any moment. My dad reminded us we could stay at home and sulk, or we could do something positive with our energy. My mom wouldn't have wanted us to sit around depressed. My mom was about life, energy, and being proactive. So we all carried on and went back to life. A couple numb weeks after my mother's passing, my father, on impulse, booked us a flight to Orlando, Florida. We would spend a couple days just getting away from everything and the stress of my mother's death. It was just the two of us. It was a gesture I will never forget. I'm very fortunate to have a father who took the time to take me on this trip so I could finally get the well-deserved time to mourn the loss of my mother, even when he had many other obligations. He has reached so many people throughout the community, not only as a doctor, but in how he treats others. A lesson I have learned from him on several occasions. The outpour of respect my father gets from people is truly remarkable, and I take pride in being his son. When my mother died, I think my voice became stronger subconsciously. I didn't have a close relationship with my brother or father, so my outlets for communication were my close friends, my girlfriend, and the faithful stage. I'm not alone in raising my voice. Many famous musicians lost their mothers during adolescence. Paul McCartney, John Lennon, Bono of U2, James Hetfield of Metallica, and Jimi Hendrix. You could even say the heart of the Beatles was a result of two adolescent men starting a friendship while bonding over their musical talents. The result from both of them losing their mothers has created one of the best songwriting duos in our lifetime. Having read books on Lennon and following McCartney's solo career for decades, I can say their mothers were a driving force. I can relate to this philosophy without a doubt. There is a special relationship a mother shares with her children. When that relationship is cut early, the dents and cracks appear in life. I was always closer to my girlfriends' families than my own. I always had a lot of female friends. Then again, my brother always had female friends, and my father always had female friends. I mean, my goodness, my dad was a gynecologist. With my mother gone, my father became both parents. Fortunately, I was at an age that I was independent and pretty self-sufficient, although I would have preferred more dialogue and proper grieving rather than turn the page approach. My brother and I were barely speaking either. It was a silent time. There was no friction anymore, and with my mother no longer in pain, we could now exhale. Through the years, I've made it my duty to keep her memory alive in many respects. A few years back, for Christmas, I sent all my family members an ornament with a golden snowflake and my mom's photo within. A little gesture, yet powerful in keeping her memory in the air. One of my recent pro model skateboard decks is a tribute to my mother. The deck has a graphic of a big shiny Egyptian medal. The medallion was a necklace my mother wore a lot throughout her life. I acquired the piece after her passing. While having our once-a-month dinners, my father informed me he bought it for her while in Boston at a King Tut exhibit before I was born. The graphic on the skate deck is a photo of the actual medallion she wore. This skateboard deck will always be one of my favorites, as it is always touching to have her name brought up in conversation with it. She was hip, funny, beautiful, and bright, and I couldn't have asked for a better mother. After that terrible loss, months passed and I completely threw myself into the success of my skate shop. I used it as an escape from the reality of just losing my mother. It became a safe haven, an outlet for my creative energy. It was amazing because I had created a place that was completely immersed in skateboarding. In time, it became a clubhouse for skateboarders, with videos playing all the time and people coming from miles around to check out my little skater's heaven. A nice bonus was that I had made great money and saw a definite future for myself with the skate shop. On a typical day, I would session my ramp until noon, work the skate shack until 4, come home to kids waiting to skate, and then skate away the rest of the day into the night. I was making close to $200 a day, deposit to primary savings. I was smart. This was a great routine, and I never wanted to see it end. It was the prime of spring, nearing summer, and I wanted a ramp, a real half-pipe backyard ramp. My mother never would have let this hunk of wood take residence in our backyard. My father must have had a weak spot allowing this to happen. I skated a mini ramp in my friend Joel's garage in Lodi, Ohio. Joel was a sick skater who could build a ramp. I called him up and we orchestrated a 10-man team with plans to build a ramp in one day. Some of the wood we acquired from a house that was being built by my friend Mark's house. We had to carry huge 4x8 sheets of plywood up steep hills and through a mile of neighborhood yards to get it to our site. How we didn't attract attention is beyond me. We looked like ants carrying food for the family, our skate family. We started at 9 a.m. and finished at 3 a.m. I'll never forget seeing the moonlight on the fresh masonite. This ramp was just 4 feet high by 8 feet wide with a 2-foot extension on one side. But it was a beauty and seemed too good to be true. I learned hundreds of lip tricks. We sessioned that baby at night with strobe lights. I have to say, the mannequin heads on the light posts were also a nice touch. I had a sweet view of the ramp from my bedroom. Shiloh and I had been fighting a lot by the end of the school year. We had been through so much and many changes. I was torn a lot on what to do. We flirted with naming our kids and marriage. The puppy love grew up fast. We had a cycle of breaking up and then getting back together. Well, this time, she broke up with me over the phone, and I was okay with that. She assumed it was going to be the usual cycle. Not this time. I was done. This relationship was a heavy one, the first love. We remained friends throughout the years. One never forgets their first love. It was the last day of school. I had my eyes open and many new friendships. The final bell rang of my sophomore year, and I was exiting the building. A little blonde from my past caught my eye. It was Jamie. She was cleaning out her locker. We hadn't talked in ages. I got a surge of courage, looked in her hazel eyes, and told her she was beautiful. Then I continued walking out. I didn't get her number, nothing, just kept walking. Our story will continue my junior year. There's not a lot I have to say about this summer. Every morning, 6 to 10 kids from all around would knock on my window, and we would session all day. I ate cereal on the deck and warmed up barefoot with the Beach Boys playing. I lived the beach bum summer, meeting loads of skaters, eating microwave pizzas, bleaching my hair, and skating 24/7. I made money, saved money, skated all day, tanned some, talked on the phone with girls, repeat until September. I'm going to be a junior, an upperclassman. I'm going to be out of school in 2 years. Tick-tock. Chapter 6. Upperclassmen. I started my junior year of high school with an image that was a mix of all the influences I had over the last few years. But mainly, I was part punk and prep. The Beatles were a huge part of my transformation. I was becoming more of a singer-songwriter, and they were my musical fathers. Metal music wasn't filling the void as much as the Beatles. They were speaking to my changes at the time. My brain was different. My heart was different. Teenagers are incomplete human beings. Life is a puzzle, and more of the pieces were being put together in my growing self. Even as an adult now, we are always adding pieces to complete the puzzle. An important piece of my puzzle appeared early September 1990. Jamie. She wore tight jeans, long blonde hair, black suede boots with fringes, always a black rock t-shirt, and a black suede jacket. She was a rocker chick when I reconnected with her. She was 5 foot 2 inches on a good day and made me feel tall. We only dated for 5 innocent months in 8th grade, but a spark remained. The pulse continued where we left off. We were in love. We were John and Yoko. We started dressing more alike. Her suede jacket was turned into a sweater and turtleneck. We shared friends. It was healthy. I finally got my driver's license, so I was happily chauffeuring her to school every day. Up until this time, I was happy biking absolutely everywhere for transportation, which delayed my need to drive. But it was time. I sluggishly enlisted in AAA's out-of-school driver education. I struggled to stay awake for the 3 hours a week course. But my heavy eyes lightened and I nervously passed my driver exam. My first car was the handed-down, oil-leaking, waterfall sunroof, rusted piece of metal known as the Pontiac STE. It was the family car handed down to my brother to abuse even before my foot reached the pedal. I was grateful to have this vehicle that got me from A to B without pedaling. Having your driver's license is a privilege. Motor vehicle crashes are one of the leading causes of death among teens. A car is like an appliance that should be taken very seriously. It's not a toy. When I started driving, the only distraction I had was the radio. Today's drivers are engulfed in distractions. Your cell phone and texting is lethal while driving. The email or text message can wait. Put that cell phone distraction down or tuck it away out of reach. There's no need for excessive speed or spinning donuts. Also, stay awake. I've fallen asleep at the wheel before and woke up seconds later on the opposite side of the road. Awful, yet grateful there wasn't any oncoming traffic. If you are in a car with a drunk or reckless driver, you need to convince them to stop driving and find any excuse to get out of that car. The 3 P's to get out of a car. I have to pee, I have to puke, or I have my period. Drinking alcohol or being stoned while driving is stupid. It's like trying to play a video game while messed up. Only this isn't a video game. It's real life. I knew a pro rollerblader named James Short that had his life ripped away from him at 24 after being hit by a drunk driver. This hit home because I frequently saw James in my travels. There was always a friendly talk, good vibes, and we were both from Ohio. A woman in her late 40s struck James on his motorcycle, and she survived. She was intoxicated and had marijuana in her possession. Picture her sitting at the bar, one drink, then the other, then the other. She is on her way to eliminate a human being the moment she sits in her car. She starts the ignition and thrusts out onto the silent road in the town of New Philadelphia, Ohio. There is no rewind button on the choice that she made. I was now 17 and the skate shack was doing well. I joined up with the local roller rink to have Monday night skateboarding twice a month. Mark, Casey, and I were given a chunk of change to build movable ramps, with Mark as the brain of the operation and Casey and I the muscle. We had some talented skaters and some hot sessions there. Then, as spring came, business slowed at the rink and the doors closed. My bandmates Jeff and Mike graduated high school, so our group disbanded. This became a very introspective time for me, and I began to consider my future. I was so into my skate shop and band that college never crossed my mind. I've always had the inability or asset, depending on how you look at it, that I never look past tomorrow. Reflecting back, college would have been the easy route to take compared to some of the avenues of uncertainty that I chose. My dad never did say the sentence, "Well, son, what do you want to do with your future?" Almost all the communication I had with my father was nonverbal. It's how he was raised. We understood he loved us. It didn't need to be said. I don't subscribe to this, but that's just how it was. I'm sure there was a large part of him that contemplated my future and its outcome. My mom was much more vocal and would lay things on the table. The good news is I could tell her I wanted to pursue acting or music, and she would never shoot the idea down. So yes, I do feel as though she would have been very happy with the route I've chosen. My mother said if she were to ever die, she would want to come back as someone famous in the spotlight, like Oprah. By my senior year, skateboarding had gone out overnight, and parks and shops were closing left and right. I continued to ride, while everyone else put their boards in garage sales or trash cans. Instead of losing money, I eased into closing the skate shack and focused my energy and time on my music. With a multi-track recorder, I became a one-man band and performed the drums, keyboards, vocals, and guitar all on my own. My reputation at school morphed from the skater guy to the music guy. It seemed clear that a job in skateboarding wasn't a good option, where being a singer-songwriter had real potential. I provided my piano skills and juggling talents to the opening of the high school talent show. For my act, I I sang the Beatles' Long and Winding Road, looking very Lennon-McCartney with my all-black outfit and turtleneck. This was my goodbye performance to high school, and I gladly accepted the $50 first place prize in closing. I was smart and saved every penny from the skate shop, so the ending wasn't as bad as it could have been. My social life was Jamie at the time. She was a good support for me and everything I was dealing with. It was the end of the school year. I made it through high school. My grades were great. I had come so far from the orange polo freshman that was in turmoil from his parents locking him up. I had evolved. I survived. The last day of school, I walked home through the college campus fields on my route. I will never forget the huge open fields and very heavy sentimental thoughts. The green grass, the smell of freedom, and the breeze across my face. My mom was in the air. A future was ahead of me. Looking up at the pillowed clouds, I was heavy with hope and nostalgia from the years. I was nearing Wayne Avenue, walking alongside the street that I first learned to skateboard long distances on. Remembering that dark night skating down the street for the first time. Every step I took had a moment, a memory, a feeling of peace. That walk home was a symphony of memories, a bliss moment. 1992 high school graduation was right in front of me. Thankfully, a dark navy cap and gown were worn and celebrated. Sitting in my metal folding chair was an out-of-body experience. Was I really graduating high school? Is my high school time and safety nets really coming to an end? After the ceremony, I had a simple party at a local Italian restaurant. Private just for family and friends, complete with a rented classical guitar player. Thank you, Father, for making that celebration happen. You have to graduate high school. You have no choice. Quitting school could be the worst decision you make in your high school life and your entire life. That diploma is gold. Believe me, I really disliked school, but I did my time. I was smart enough to lift those heavy grades up to passing in order to graduate. College should be on the brain too. If you are lucky enough to get scholarships, use them. An education is worth its weight in gold. Everyone has a dream, and dreams have baby steps. You are putting your foot on the first yellow brick that will lead you to your dream Oz, whatever it may be. Education can help immensely. You have to get your high school diploma. I can't say it enough. That diploma will open up so many more opportunities for you. My father always had words of wisdom when it came to school and college topics. He didn't come from a wealthy family at all and found his way through college and then medical school. If you don't have money, find resources, work, be creative, make it happen, have a plan. Some other fatherly advice my dad bestowed upon me was, of course, graduate high school and don't get anyone pregnant. It's the same advice I give when a teenage boy or girl asks me advice for their future. You have so many adventures and people to meet before you get anywhere near Dream Oz. Having an early bad marriage, a baby too soon, no job, or no education during that windy road can be disastrous. It's not fair to the baby most of all. Complete yourself before it's your responsibility to try and complete another growing human being. Chapter 7. Future Shock. I was 18 on graduation day and would turn 19 a month later. I had no idea that I would become a professional skateboarder, motivational speaker, and a published author. My feet were just ready to take flight on that long and windy yellow brick road to my future. I held up academically, but hated school. I wanted to finally taste some freedom after graduating. Honestly, I was also terrified because my game plan was thin and I didn't know how I would make a living. It became clear that I needed a quick solution when my father threw all my belongings in the rainy backyard grass at the start of summer. He gave me a set date to have myself and all my possessions out of the house, or else it was homelessness for me. Have to say, I had hoped for a smoother exit. After my mom died, we never talked about the future or plans after school. I was on my own with this one, 110%. We were still completely independent machines functioning on autopilot. Jamie and I were still sharing a heartbeat and going on many adventures. She was going through a lot with her parents. Things got so bad, she was kicked out of her house late August 1992. I filled up my blue Pontiac Sunbird with all her belongings, everything she owned, and filled up the guest bedroom at my dad's. Thank you, Father, for taking her in. My dad was growing lonely during this time. I think that's why he allowed the Jamie move-in to happen. And I got to press snooze a little longer on my dramatic exit. I rented a storage shed to keep my belongings safe until I found a place to live. My brother was heading to medical school and on his first marriage, so his plane took flight. I was in limbo for a short bit. I needed to start putting some dreams into action. I went to visit a lame career counselor, but that was a dud project. I wanted to have a career in music. That was more than just a hobby. Up until this time, I had written well over 20 albums of original music. I was playing restaurants, graduation parties, anything. I will never forget writing a letter to a member of the Tommy Dorsey Band. His band had 17 #1 hits with his orchestra in the 1930s and 1940s. Frank Sinatra achieved his first success as a singer with Tommy's band. Anyway, he wrote me back a 2-page handwritten letter. He told me of his struggles and how it was all worth it, how he wouldn't change anything. All the good and the bad, it was worth it. Something about that letter stuck with me. I still think about it now. With everything I've been through, I now see exactly what he was trying to tell me. Since I had been giving drum lessons for $10 an hour in my dad's basement, the thought of teaching guitar and music crossed my brain. I headed out to Larry's Music Center, which was a place I spent a lot of time and money at growing up. I met with Larry and discussed the possibility of me teaching there. Much to my surprise, he said yes. And just like that, I had a full-time job, Monday through Friday, at $16 an hour. It was a huge break, and it would carry me through the next 10 years. The power of courage. It was the same courage spark I had as a little boy on my first audition, where I landed the lead role of Tom Sawyer. You have to believe in yourself. Have the courage to ask, to make things happen. Be proactive. I'm living proof of this. If I didn't have the courage to go after those elements at the time, there's no way I would be where I am today. Teaching guitar was the best gift in education I could get to learn about people. This was at the same music store I had taken guitar lessons through school with my mentor Brad. So, here I was, having the responsibility of being a mentor and role model, just like what Brad did for me. I knew this was more than just a teaching job. This was me having an influence in people's lives. Students ranged from 5 to 65 years old. I knew I had some skills in guitar, but was I good enough to be a teacher? I was tested on many levels, and I kept surprising myself along the way. Being challenged helped improved me as a musician and a person. I became a role model for the younger students and was a big brother to many students. I was someone the teens could talk to about issues they had at school or with their boyfriend or girlfriend. Women would just break down in tears in the middle of a lesson and start telling me about their problems. I was Dr. Phil all of a sudden. I always had a caring ear, but somehow, at the end of the half hour, they were able to play a G7 or Sweet Home Alabama. I figured I found my dream job, and this was something I would do for the rest of my life. Here I was, a high school graduate now, with guitar money and the remaining Skate Shack money. I set out to find a home, something I discovered not to be a fun task at all. Some of the places I saw were complete dumps. Jamie searched the newspaper classifieds and found something comfy on the north end of town for me to check out. This place was near Townsend, the street I grew up on. I was getting lazy with it all. I owe her completely for pushing me in finding my dream house. I met with a realtor and toured the home. And as I drove away, I started to panic at the thought of someone else buying it. I had found a home. Once it was all said and done, I had a house with a great yard, a sweet job, and knew it was time to save money and build my future. I was making great money. Jamie helped me take my house and make it into a home. I learned how to wallpaper, do tiles, molding, the works. We redid every single room. It was a daunting project, but paid off. This really was a dream come true. I wanted a home more than anything. Yes, I had stars in my eyes to do something big in the music world. But without a safe, stable environment, where am I? I still never ever thought of skating as a profession during this time. Thinking of doing that would be like me running for president. It was nowhere near my conscience. My high school years were spent with family drama and paranoia. So, this was a time to have some fun and taste life. I never got too wild, as I was now a homeowner with the dream guitar teaching job. So I wasn't going to throw that away. This was my dream come true. The job, the house, the car. My life was really simple then. I mowed the lawn, got groceries, and taught guitar for 10 long, fulfilling years. The simple life worked for me. I went through a breakup with Jamie, and in time found myself in a new blossoming relationship. The time after high school goes super, super fast. Mark my words. You have to jump on that yellow brick road right away. Your dream is at the top of that mountain, but you have to take steps now. Skateboarding was still there for me and never left. It gave me a creative outlet and a good workout. I never underestimated the physical aspect of skating. I wanted this time of my life to be healthy, and skateboarding was more fun than any gym or workout machine. Skating was very much my anti-drug and still a core source of release when I was in a funk or depressed. The Ohio seasons rotated like clockwork. I kept my skating routine going for months on end. By 1996 and 97, I entered several amateur skate competitions and won many of them, much to my surprise. I skated against guys who were really good, but slammed when they went too big. I stayed with what I knew and gained points for consistency and creativity. I learned volumes about competing those years and began to travel further and further to compete. I loved the crowd more than the competition and began to feel like a performer again. Instead of singing and dancing on a stage, I was entertaining on a half pipe. Even so, skating for a living never even crossed my mind at all during this time. I was still teaching music and felt I might do that for the rest of my life. I enjoy meeting fellow skaters and the culture in general. Skate competitions were the best place to meet new skaters, and we would all showcase what we could do. I found that I always skated better during a competition. I would be a bundle of nerves and think I couldn't even stand on my board. With the crowd and music, I would shred it up and make my mark. After the run, I felt good and surprised myself with my efforts. I never really had a bad run. There was something about the combination of performing and risking it all that worked with me in my skating. My very first competition was small, but I scored a first place spot. I'd won a t-shirt and was jazzed just on that. Another competition in particular, I had won a nice big trophy, only the trophy was of a gold pig. At that time, they didn't have trophies of skateboarders, so it looked like I was an award-winning FFA member or a 4-H award. Nevertheless, I was happy to be getting a reward of any sort for my hobby that I loved. During these years, I continued to pursue my music. I was making money through CD sales, but it never came close to making up what I put in to start the project. Despite the financial obstacles, I knew I found my new calling. I got airplay in dance clubs, and my CD was reviewed in lots of publications, the most notable being Scene magazine. The critic seemed to think I was talented, but slammed me for this and that. As it turned out, this was good practice for what was waiting for me in the future. Rejection is an everyday occurrence in life, especially in the skate and music industries. Companies always wanted to change one thing or another, and I could not please everyone. One day, a record label told me my voice was too loud, and the next day, another would tell me my voice was too quiet. Through it all, the criticism made my skin very thick. This was a precursor to the wall of criticism I would face as I grew more successful with my skateboarding in the years to come. Many people would have cracked going through what I went through. But all this only made me stronger and more secure with myself. Be tough. Be yourself, especially when chasing that dream. You got this. On June 7th, 1999, my father got remarried. This was an interesting time where I stood behind the shadows. My dad is a thinker. He has a heart. We trust his choices. My stepmom had a 9, 13, and 17-year-old. Her plate was full, but my father fit as her main entree. I know my father. He doesn't make rash, quick decisions. They had been seeing each other much longer than any of us realized. They were 13 years apart in age. Interestingly, my father was closer to my stepmom's mother's age than to her. Such is life. My dad's plate, on the other hand, was empty, which is why I believe he took on such an entree. The house was no longer silent, with plenty of noise and activity from the kids and life. They both had a lust for travel and food. My mother would not have wanted my dad to continue on alone. She held his hand as he continued with my stepmother. My mother and father didn't divorce. Things are different when there is a death. My stepmother and I have had a few moments on occasion, but that's normal. The fact is, we stood by my father, and always will. Our original family dynamic changed a lot after this time. I was on the outskirts during most of it. Family is what you make it. Keep the ones who support and love you near. My mother passed away, so technically they didn't have a divorce. If she was alive, they would still be locking arms and married until the end. That fact fills me with sadness and makes my heart ache. However, divorce is real and sadly common. I can't imagine how I would have handled it if my parents divorced, especially during my tender teen years. If your parents are divorced, you have to remember that you will still have them with you. They are both still alive. Your parents are your parents, so they call the shots on visitation and how everything plays out. Supporting their choices can be a bumpy road, but you have no choice. Whether your parents are friends or enemies, you have to play along. Don't make it harder on them by creating unwanted tension and fights. Things will get better, but it will take time. It could be years before you feel comfortable with the separation that has split them up. Throw in the mix your parents' potential new partners and step-siblings. Now you are handed a new set of challenges. But, like I said, it's their choice as adults. Your parents want you to be happy and hopefully have created a new, healthy, content relationship. Your parents want you happy. They do. Try your best to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. Play nice sometimes when you would rather fight or defy their new chosen path. I've had my challenges with this topic for sure. When my dad remarried, I was in my 20s, so I saw everything through my adult eyes. The teenage eyes are heavy, and it can be much harder to deal with, especially if you are now living with the new step-parent and siblings. You will have your turn in a future relationship to create your own family one day. Be patient and make the best of the new setup. Chapter 8, Transitions. So how does one become a pro skater? There isn't a college you can attend where you can acquire a skateboarding degree. Don't you have to live in California? The idea of skateboarding for a living in Ohio was never something that entered my music-driven brain at the time. Welcome to mid-July 2002. I just celebrated my 29th birthday. I'm driving around my hometown and I find myself parked in the Best Buy parking lot. On the radio was an advertisement for the Gravity Games. The Gravity Games were a multi-extreme sports competition that was headed to Cleveland, Ohio. Cleveland was only an hour drive. So, without hesitation, I took the following day off work to head up to the metropolis to watch the action. Your life is made up of small moments that in retrospect end up being huge moments. That day became one of those moments. While watching the pros warm up on the skate ramp, every fiber in my proactive being was alive. I couldn't just stand there and watch the warm-up. I headed back to the parking garage. My gear was always in tow as I was riding skate parks in all my travels. I was looking pretty serious with my helmet and appropriate attire. I approached the ramp. Life is about choices. I was at a fork in the road. I could go back, sit down, and be the spectator that I was there to be, or I could join the pros in a harmless warm-up session. I took the leap of faith and made my way up the ramp. Even the pros seemed to be thinking, who the heck is this guy? Nervous as can be, it was my turn to skate the ramp. I knew if I had slammed or lacked self-confidence, my credibility would be shot. I dropped in the ramp. I caused a reaction. I was consistent and found myself landing maneuvers back to back. In retrospect, I think I had an angel on my shoulder. Most likely my mother saying, "Do something productive with your life." The photographers shifted over, taking notice of my eclectic style. My goal was to blend in, and, in fact, the opposite occurred. I've always looked at my skateboard as a paintbrush, and being original and creative were the driving forces in my skating. Well, this day it paid to not blend in. After a few runs and some glares from the pros on the ramp, I tried to exit silently. A few kids came up and asked for my autograph, to which I replied I was nobody, but thanks for asking. After my interaction with the potential fans, I was approached by a sponsor that had a tent front and center of the ramp. In fact, they were the ramp sponsor for the Gravity Games. I assured them I was just skating for fun and meant no harm. To my surprise, they were interested in having me be a demonstration skater for their company. They wanted me to spend the rest of the week promoting their company and skating their ramps. How could I say no? They were offering to pay me and feed me. A week of skating? Sign me up. My life was changing right in front of my eyes. In the plant that is my skating career, the seed was planted that final day in July 2002. Going home that night, I had no idea what I signed up for. I was sentimental in a way, yet skeptical of the following days. This was boot camp for being a pro skater. The remaining days of the event, I would skate from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day. The only breaks were for eating and going to the restroom. That's it. Blister heaven. I remember waking up the second day, my legs were wood stiff, yet I had to skate. The adrenaline and pure energy were enough to keep me up to pace. I loved it all. This was an awesome week of meeting other pros and getting a glimpse of the skateboard world from a different point of view. By the end of the week, I was bruised and torn, but had a handful of memories and a story I could tell my friends and guitar students back home. I figured that was it. Sometimes in life, when you don't chase something, it ends up landing on your doorstep. Never in a million years did I see myself as a pro skater or even as a sponsored skater. The tune would quickly change. By the end of the year, I had a couple paying sponsors and flirted with the idea of skating for a living. I began to take my skating much more seriously and worked less to allow more time to skate. Slowly, I saw my priorities change. I thought about opening up another skate shop like that one I had in high school, but I already had my steady guitar teaching job. I had just finished a live CD and needed a break from the music industry. Shortly thereafter, I began writing professionally for a few of my sponsors. Paychecks were coming in. Unreal. With so many skate parks popping up, there were enough parks to keep me busy all week, and I was able to work on my moves daily. Nearby cities like Akron and Cleveland opened skate parks. I started to get some recognition at all these parks, and my identity became that of a full-blown skateboarder. All of a sudden, shops and parks were willing to sponsor me. I began to travel extensively and participate in big competitions. I lost plenty, but the few that I won got me recognized in the industry. Wake me up already. Is this really happening? With my rising popularity, I ran into people who just didn't get what I was doing, especially since I never subscribed to the mainstream herd mentality. I know that hate stems from many things, especially insecurity or jealousy. It does fascinate me how quickly people will judge you or believe false rumors without even checking the facts. Recently, I was visiting fellow pro 888 team member Mike Vallely. I got to vent to him about some stuff I was going through. He told me I was fighting a good fight and reminded me to keep standing strong. We talked about life, family, and the struggles in the skate world. Mike is a good friend and helped me a lot during the first few years of my career. We keep in touch through email while I'm on the road, and it's nice to know I have someone who can relate and give advice, even when I'm miles away from home in the middle of nowhere. It helps a lot to know I'm not alone when facing the uphill battles that life throws us. I was surprised I was getting paid for my skating, which after all was just a hobby my whole life. I never envisioned myself in this position. I put the guitar down in place of my new income tool, the skateboard. No one was wanting to fly me off to Vegas with my guitar, but with my skateboard, it was a whole different story. I found myself in Vegas with my skateboard. You can't help but get sentimental when you are in a hotel suite at 2 a.m. and you see your skateboard on the couch. I was there because of that piece of wood and those 4 spinning wheels. Not only was I in this amazing city, I was there for free and getting paid. Chapter 9. Dream Big. I want you to dream big. I want you to think outside the box. Anything is possible. Put your mind and heart together and you will go places. I've had some career highlights that made me feel like I was on top of that dream mountain. A perfect example of this was the euphoric opening night of the Jammin' Tour with the band The Newsboys on August 20th, 2005. Schottenstein Arena held a sold-out crowd of 20,000 people. That afternoon, I warmed up in the middle of the arena on a halfpipe that had been made just for me and couldn't shake the feeling I was in a dream. When I had a feel for the ramp and finished warming up, I was escorted to my dressing room, complete with food and a private shower. The demo consisted of me on the halfpipe, Kevin Bickle and Tim Byron on Flatland, with John Greer and Aaron Johnson on BMX. I waited for the clock to read 8:53, my go time, and realized I've had 3-hour layovers that went faster. The thick black velvet curtain separated me from the roar of 20,000 people as I'm trying to gather up all the bravery I can. But the sound of the crowd is almost overwhelming. As I wait for my turn to take part, I feel like a tiger ready to be let loose from his cage. Finally, the announcer called our names and we walked out from behind the black curtain. Center stage holds a black halfpipe ready to be skated by yours truly. I burst out skating onto the shiny cement floor up to the top of the ramp as the announcer shouts my name. The music is blasting and a crane camera pans directly beside me. In a surreal moment, I look up and see myself projected onto the giant screen. For just a moment, I step outside of myself and have to wonder, how did I get here? From being a kid on a skateboard, doing it for the love of the sport, to being a man with paying sponsors, the gravity games, seeing my image on a deodorant stick. My life a whirlwind of plane rides, hotels, demos, contests, Fuel TV, good times, bad times, lots of money, no money. How were these things cultivated from nothing more than luck, a wooden board, and 4 spinning wheels? I looked inward to examine my life to this point, from the tragic loss of my mother, which was an unbelievable low, to this proud moment of being in the spotlight, an unbelievable high. I was living a dream. The career highlights really continued. I was riding, or skating, a wave. July 18th, 2007 was the first time I competed in the pro qualifiers for the AST Dew Tour. Legendary skateboarder Dave Duncan was the master of ceremonies. During my runs, it felt surreal hearing Dave announce my tricks as I performed throughout the street course. My first heated run was probably one of the best I've had in a competition throughout my career. I was skating with some of the world's top skateboarders, and I wasn't going to fall short of my best efforts. While skating, I was filled with personal pride and contentment. I flashed back in my mind to when I was a kid skateboarding in the silent streets of my hometown, the parking lots, homemade ramps, and winding roads. Enough time had passed since I turned pro, and the culmination of my achievements were sinking in. Always thankful. Years would go by. So much happened. New sponsors, countless events, numerous travels, from the ASD Do Tour, NBC Good Company, Today Show, Vans Warped Tour, and much more. I got my face on an X-Air deodorant sticks and body wash available nationally in stores. I had several pro model skateboards in skate shops across the nation. I was in some skateboard magazines. I met and got to skate with all my skateboard heroes and legends. My yellow brick road led to skateboarding Oz. You never know where life will take you, so please keep taking those steps. Don't stop. From feeling different than kids at school or creating an original sound with my music to skating with a creative flair, it all made sense. This was where I belong. Not necessarily just in skateboarding, but internally where I was. So many times I was feeling down about being original or different, but now look at it as a great trait that I encompass. Embracing who we are is a feeling of letting go and accepting ourselves, especially the positive sides. All this gave me a feeling of self-worth and purpose. Will some people in my life fully understand my direction or choices I've made? No, they won't. And that's okay, because I've created my path and I'm happy walking it. Day by day, step by step, I'm doing the best I can. My happiness is not measured by money, attention, or what others think of me, but how I feel inside. I'm not out to prove anything to anyone. The older you get, the more you see how precious life is and how sweating the little things or trying to please someone can be wasted energy. Being happy with my choices and embracing what I've done and who I've become allows me to sleep well at night. My energies are focused on the here and now and doing the best I can, no matter what it is. I realized after doing this profession for over a decade, what really matters is people. The skateboard is a microphone to reach others, period. I'm in a position to be a mentor and a role model. Nothing is more important than giving back and paying it forward. I could tell you all about my skateboard achievements and the accolades that have come my way, but what matters is the people I've reached. That's the real paycheck of pride that has come with my job. In the time spent off my skateboard, I'm faithful to my exercise bike. I'm a huge advocate of physical fitness. The relationship between the body and mind is an important one, and I feel both while working out. I typically watch documentaries from many different genres. A friend of mine recommended I check out the documentary Murder Ball. It is a film about paraplegics who play full contact rugby in wheelchairs. The USA team overcomes unimaginable obstacles to compete in the Paralympic Games in Athens, Greece. Starring in the Academy Award nominated documentary is Mark Zupon. After watching the documentary, I was moved to be educated on paraplegics. The mental strength of these men and the stories they shared were inspiring. Little did I know that in the upcoming weeks I would receive a call from my agent. She told me there was a 16-year-old, Michael Cantu, in the intensive care unit at Akron Children's Hospital in Ohio. Both Michael and his classmate were big fans of mine. He contacted my agent and she contacted the Cantu family. The connection was made to visit Michael immediately. Upon talking to his father, we decided the visit would be a surprise. I would be seeing him on the 1-week anniversary of his accident. Michael sustained a very serious neck injury at a gymnastics training facility. He broke 4 vertebrae in his neck and had significant spinal cord damage. He had some movement in both his left and right arms and even felt a little pressure in one of his legs, but that was it. Until this point, Michael had an average of 20 visitors a day. Michael had a lust for life. He was very active with sports and a social life that flourished with friends. Arriving at the hospital, I made my way through the winding halls to the intensive care unit. I was looking pro skater-like with my shiny new skateboard in hand. I approached the nurse behind the busy desk and began to tell her who I was. Before I could get my last name out, she smiled and said, "You must be the skateboarder. Hold on, I will call down Michael's father." I see Mr. Cantu in a black jumpsuit making his way down the hall. In a whisper fashion, he tells me how excited Michael will be. His fists are clamped, and he has a kinetic energy about him in a giddy manner. He jumps up and down. Right away, I knew this would be something special, and Michael's father may be more excited about this than he will be. Both parents had been his cheerleader every second of that long, frazzled week. His father was by his side since the arrival that fateful night. Mr. Cantu is the dad of all dads. He is an author and accomplished musician. Creativity is part of his being and no doubt bleeds through his ability to be a father. As we continue to talk towards Michael's room, the dialogue of excitement builds. "Thank you for coming. I can't thank you enough for doing this," he says, still in the whisper fashion of excitement. Taking a sharp left, I enter the room where Michael's eyes are wide as can be, saying, "Oh, wow, man, dude, thanks for coming. Wow, oh, man." Instant good vibes from Michael. You know when you first meet someone and they have that quality of instant friendship? That's how I felt with him. No dead air, no awkward silence. We got all the obvious conversation necessities out of the way. He gave me the go-ahead to talk about how he landed in this position and what the status was. Mentally, Michael was doing amazing. He had a great attitude and positive outlook. He told one of the physicians, "I got myself into this mess and I need to get myself out of it." His positive attitude was an inspiration to everyone. I laid it on pretty thick about how the power of his mind will save him. We talked for well over an hour about the power of hope and the foundation of positive thinking. He didn't miss a beat. He was in the moment. A week prior, he was able to run across the room or pick up a pencil. This day, his mind was the sole power of where he was going to go. It's a true test of a human being. Midway through the visit, a nurse came in to check on things. Face to face, nearly touching noses with Michael, the nurse asked if he needed anything. After she leaves, I say, "Does the killing you with kindness overkill drive you crazy?" He replies with relief, "Yes, you have no idea." Continuing to talk with him, Mr. Cantu interrupts our dialogue. "This guy gets it," referring to me. "He just gets it." I reply, "I try. We can never know what it's like to be in Michael's position, but we can try to understand. It's easier to empathize with someone that has a broken foot or a splitting headache. Michael was on a level that no one could imagine unless they've experienced it firsthand. He even spoke about the cute nurses that would come to his aid if he needed a drink or the change of a TV channel. The wheels were already turning quickly with Michael and his father. Mr. Cantu was busy doing research on his phone and laptop, finding high-tech ways for quadriplegics to use computers to help function in this world. I brought my normal supply of freebies, including posters, but figured the audio versions of my book containing 3 CDs would be a good match to entertain him. Both father and son were pleased. In addition, I gave him the DVD documentary of Murderball. I knew Michael would connect with the star of the film, Mark Zupan. Both athletes were aggressive men with their eye on the ball. In this case, Michael's eye is on his future and ready to tackle what we take for granted. Our lives can change in the blink of an eye. After signing him a couple posters and taking some photos, it was time to leave. The visit lasted longer than my usual hospital visits. We were fluent in Star Wars, music, and pop culture conversation. Mr. Cantu is in a band. Their house has a drum set and all the toys it takes for a good jam session. I assured them both there would be a reunion soon, along with a jam session on guitars. The maturity, strength, and optimism Michael had was truly remarkable. There was a reciprocal understanding in our conversations that no matter what happens in the future, this isn't the end. His life may take many different directions, but his state of mind and amazing resources will be key in his journey. That father's love for his son was something to see. Michael was surrounded by many friends and a family that loves him. All I could give were my words of encouragement and support, along with bringing a smile into the room. I entered his room as the pro skater guy and exited being a friend to him and his father. I left with a sense of fulfillment and pride that already a week into this tragic dilemma, they were going full force with optimism being center stage. Michael went to the Metro Health Spinal Cord Injury Rehabilitation Center for lots of physical therapy. Over time, he was able to use his knuckles to change songs on his music player. He became a hero to many throughout his school and community. Local media helped the family's efforts to raise money. Friends of the Cantus and Michael's classmates hosted fundraisers and sold t-shirts and wristbands to help with expenses. After spending 157 days in a hospital, skilled nursing facility, Michael finally made it home sweet home. He went back home to school with his new chair. Michael's story is far from over. I told him he was like a brand new car with a strong battery. His mind is the computer of his system, which is beyond remarkable. The mind is capable of miraculous achievement. We are all traveling that road with our minds behind the wheel, taking us to our survival and happiness. It doesn't take being a professional skateboarder or a doctor to help someone. We all have something to offer or bring to the table. Words of encouragement are important. You can make a difference with people because the little things do matter. I have a constant reminder of that theory when visiting kids in hospitals. There have been times when they will have me visit both the children and teens. There may be 20 to 30 kids all in one day. Even if none of them know who I am, I enter the room with my skateboard, a poster, and most importantly, a smile. I'm real with these people. I respect the weight of the situation in the room. I know they are going through something awful. My job is to take them away from that environment with conversations of positive things and enlightenment. It's priceless to see the powerful look on a child's face when signing a poster for them, or talking about Star Wars, only to hear they named their cancerous tumor General Grievous, a villain in Star Wars. As my skate career got rolling, the gigs were adding up. They just didn't stop. I was in Kentucky doing a Sobe Beverages skate event at Ollie's Skate Park. The next morning, after leaving my hotel, I found a random skate park in Florence, Kentucky. There were clusters of skateboarders, each in their own clique. I set out just to do some skating and enjoy the open day. Upon doing a few maneuvers, I heard some cheers coming from a teenage kid at the top of the large cement wedge ramp. He rolled down on 2 wheels, being pushed by his hands, and sure enough, he was in a wheelchair. "Man, you have some great moves, dude," he eagerly said. He was alone and enjoying the large cement skate park playground on just his 2 wheels, performing spinning stunts. We shared the park and skated for the afternoon. We talked about skate life and the skateboard industry. We were both just 2 dudes enjoying the weather and the concrete jungle that was placed in front of us. There was no discussion that I was on 4 wheels and he was on 2. I admired that he didn't care that the other skateboarders present were sneering at him. He was smiling and having fun his way regardless. Before I left, I loaded him up with tons of free gear, hats, stickers, t-shirts, and he was grinning from ear to ear. Wheeling his way back to the skate park, I'm sure the other skaters weren't sneering anymore. Around the same time, I found myself walking up on a crowded ramp in Philadelphia. I heard a loud clink on the top of the ramp and saw a young man grinding across the ramp with his hands. I did a double take. He elevated his skateboard and proceeded to roll down the other side of the ramp. He performed a whole run on this ramp, doing many tricks without having feet. He had style, grace, and most of all, you could tell he was enjoying himself. After his flawless run on the ramp, he walked himself on his hands on the deck of the ramp to the sound of complete silence. I was troubled that the other people on the ramp didn't cheer him on like they were for the other skaters. So I stood up and said, "Come on, guys, that was an awesome run. Give this guy some credit." I proceeded to clap, and the rest of the skaters slowly followed in applause. This gesture wasn't to draw attention to the fact he didn't have legs. It was that he was a really good skater, and the other riders shouldn't be silenced to cheer him on because of that. We are all in the same boat here. All our differences make us whole. To fear and misunderstand lends itself to hatred. Chapter 10. Love. In my household, the word hate was frowned upon. I told my father, "I hate getting up early for school," or "I hate the ending of that movie." And my father always followed by, "Hate is a strong word." We were taught early the negative connotation and the unnecessary abuse of the word. He was right. Hate is a strong word. Where does it come from? Is it a natural relative in our being? The human race prides itself on its depths of accomplishment and superiority. With our ability to create, we also have the ability to destroy. We have the same capacity to love as we do to hate. Look what we can create with the positivity of love. Look what we can destroy with the negativity of hate. Deep in the roots of mankind, we have seeds of destruction and anger. Responsibility with reason and virtue is to overcome hate. We have control of our physical actions as well as our active mind. Our actions and words are controlled by our state of mind, to act or react. The spoken word can have just as much of an effect as a physical action. Hate comes from within and is expressed by many means from verbal to physical action. Symptoms range from violence to the ploy of bullying. Hate is often defined as a strong dislike. I really dislike the taste of asparagus, but I don't hate it. The asparagus is innocent in my disliking, even in your worst enemy. Hate begets hate, violence begets violence. All humanity is interlinked. When someone dehumanizes another by inflicting pain, they dehumanize themselves. If someone is a racist or commits unspeakable crimes, they have lost their humanity. Martin Luther King Jr. spent his life seeking human rights for Black Americans. He would even humanize the opposition. He refrained from hate or violence, even when it meant harassment, imprisonment, and ultimately assassination. Through all this, he never wavered in his commitment to others. His message clearly rings true to this day. In his words, "We must all learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools." The cracks in the pavement of hate can be seen in bullying. Bullying has always existed throughout time. The activity has become more sinister and worse through the decades. In my parents' day, you could see it on TV with Eddie Haskell from Leave It to Beaver. His antics were always creating turmoil in any situation. In my childhood, we saw it portrayed in the movie A Christmas Story. Scut Farkus was always waiting after school for Ralphie and his friends to pass the uncle test. Today, kids have heavy artillery with the internet and cell phones. No longer can the victim take the evening off in the comfort of their home. These negative messages can now be injected anywhere to become a 24-hour-a-day nightmare. With the rise of violence on television, movies, and video games, we are creating a numb nation. Hate is learned. We don't enter the planet being able to instantly walk, talk, or drive a car. We are taught these things. For many, sadly, education on these topics is never taught at home. If someone is taught hate and bigotry at home, that's what they will bring forth into the world. Our schools and educators are responsible for teaching them. It never ceases to amaze me the amount of time spent teaching our youth subjects that seem useless in the real world. Meanwhile, the real world subjects like sociology and bullying are left alone on the sidelines. When I visit schools to speak, these are topics I definitely tackle. I've read a great deal about bullying. I've even been a spectator of speakers that specialize on the topic. Many make the same mistakes in their teaching as they do in the anti-drug movement, drowning the youth in statistics and PowerPoint presentations is meaningless. I make sure everyone in the gymnasium, auditorium, or classroom leaves knowing the definition of one word: empathy. This is the glue to seal the cracks in the pavement of hate. With my microphone in hand, I'll single out an individual from the crowd. Let's say Tommy in the blue hat will be my victim. Posing as the bully, I invite Tommy to join me on my platform. I proceed to poke fun of Tommy's blue hat, while my audience joins in for a laugh on Tommy's expense. Shortly thereafter, I halt the audience with a tone of sincerity. I would never make fun of Tommy's blue hat or ridicule him for wearing it. Why? Because I have empathy. I then walk toward Tommy and lean down beside him, matching his height. I explain that putting myself in his shoes, I have the ability to imagine how he feels from my poking words. Tommy was just being himself. I'm able to care enough about his feelings to put myself on the receiving end of the ridicule. I also explain the wrongdoing of the surrounding supporters of the bully. adding to the problem only fuels the bully and makes the situation worse. When we see someone being harassed by a bully, we need to stand up for the victim, not the attacker. The perpetrator is lacking something within themselves. Their immaturity and insecurity is written in their actions. They are simply trying to bring themselves up by bringing someone else down. The simple blue hat example is elementary, but teenagers deal with a lot more than blue hat criticism. Severe bullying happens every day in this nation. The suicide rate amongst teens is shocking. I remember when I was in high school, I witnessed a bullying incident. The victim was a learning disabled student that many ridiculed. The bully cowardly approached him and punched him in the face for no reason. I was the only one who came up to him after this happened to make sure he was okay. I was always nice to him, not because I felt sorry for him, because he was a good kid and didn't deserve to be treated like that. As an adult, that bully turned into an angry person. He hates everything and is still filled with negativity and hatred. It's the same anger he was carrying around all those years ago, projecting it onto other people. Bullying is so unnecessary and sad. Why do these bullies lack empathy for others? This really bothers me. It's no way to go through life. Around my hometown, I still see the student who received that unnecessary punch. He is still nice as can be and is a productive person. I always small talk with him about his job and what he's been up to. Even though during school we had completely different friends and social circles, I could never imagine being mean or cruel to him. There are several ways to combat bullying. Teaching empathy opens the window of understanding for caring and respecting others. It's not acceptable to harass, threaten, stalk, bully, inflict suffering, or cause harm to others. We should embrace our differences. That's the beauty in life and society. If we all looked, dressed, and acted the same, we would be stripped of our voluminous individuality. I always say, don't let anyone take away your dreams. Well, don't let anyone take away yourself. Don't let anyone tell you how to dress or try to conform you to be someone other than your authentic self. Be the perfect being you want to be. You are worthy of that. Only you can create you. Embrace the things you like and enjoy. In my skate life, I am the brand. Essentially, my job is to be myself and do the things I believe in. With my rising popularity through the years, I've been subject to criticism and hate. People always seem shocked when I tell them there are people who aren't on board with my endeavors. A complete stranger can form an opinion on who I am, and that's fine. I'm proud to be a skateboarder that doesn't always blend in. I left junior high many years ago, so the objective to fit in or be accepted is the furthest thing from my mind. No matter what artistic endeavors I engage in, I seem to have the knack of sticking out. I now see sticking out as shining out. It's a positive light I choose to embrace. I don't even like writing about a hater. I've never given the airtime or acknowledgement in my world. They simply don't deserve it. My actions, efforts, and accomplishments speak for themselves. People invest a lot of time attacking and criticizing people they don't understand for things they could never achieve. Jealousy, envy, insecurity, and ignorance embody that of a hater. I'm happy to be a voice for the black sheep or the underdog. I grew up in a family where I was the black sheep. Don't dismiss that inner voice telling you that you are different or unique. In skateboarding, you see a lot of conforming and imitation. Something that has to do with art and creativity should have zero stylistic boundaries or rules. I'm constantly reminded of this in my travels with what I see. Last year, I received a concerning email from a teenager. I had seen him a couple times at the same indoor skate park in my home state. It was obvious he had his own style, and we always talked about being original with our skateboarding. His email started with, "I'm thinking of quitting skateboarding." He was being bullied. The other skaters were poking fun at his tricks. They were discouraging him from skating the way he wanted to. The depression underneath the paragraph was apparent. To me, this wasn't just about skateboarding. Although, it sickens me that someone representing freedom and creativity has a population of people conforming and not accepting diversity in people. When I started skating at the age of 12, it was to be an individual, to be part of something that had no rules or creative limitations. Being a big advocate of keeping skateboarding creative, I encouraged him to never stop and focus on what skating does for him personally. We should never change ourselves because someone or a group wants us to conform to their narrow definition of what cool is. A movie that inspired me as a teenager and really made me think was the film The Elephant Man. The 1980 film was based on the true story of Joseph Merrick. Merrick was born in 1862 with severe deformities. Merrick had Proteus syndrome, an extremely rare condition that causes abnormal growth of the bones, skin, and head. After the death of his mother, his father rejected him, and Joseph left home at the age of 17. Unable to find employment, he found himself being exhibited as a circus freak by an abusive handler who gave him the title the Elephant Man. His deformities would cause people to degrade and ridicule him in awful ways. While in public, he wore a large bag over his head with only a hole for his eyes. Joseph was fortunately discovered in London by a surgeon named Frederick Treves. Frederick eventually housed Joseph in his hospital, where he spent the remainder of his short life. Joseph was highly intelligent and had many artistic talents, including poetry. He died at the age of 27 from asphyxia. With the weight of his head, he was forced to sleep upright. He was found laying down in what the doctors think was an attempt to be normal. If you haven't seen this film, I suggest you do. It really puts things in perspective on how we see ourselves and how we treat others. Find love and positivity in others. We don't have to use our powerful fists and our fierce words to communicate. There are always effective alternatives. We are intelligent, vibrant human beings capable of creating peace and harmony in the world. Chapter 11. Beyond the Board. People of all ages often share their stories with me, especially after attending one of my speaking engagements. Many stories I read really pull at my heartstrings. People pour their memories into an email. In return, it becomes a form of therapy for them to release their story to me. A 35-year-old mother from my home state of Ohio writes she lost her 19-year-old son to drugs. To see her son brought out in a body bag and to see his lifeless face was the worst thing she had ever seen. She will never forget that. Her heart has an emptiness that will never go away. He left his 17-year-old sister without a big brother who always watched over her and protected her. He left his 4-year-old brother who looked up to him as if he was a rock star. A senseless death, all from simply taking pills to reach a high or a buzz. Or the 35-year-old woman from Texas who explained how her husband destroyed his own life, her 12-year-old son's life, and her life. He became a monster and was really abusive. She stayed with him for 4 years until she finally got up and left. She explained there is no way he could have made things right for them because a year ago he died from a drug overdose in his Florida apartment. Her conclusion was, don't touch drugs. All they bring are heartbreak and they destroy lives. 26-year-old Rob from Maryland shared he was very shy, so he began drinking socially to ease that. He admitted to drinking and driving on many occasions. He was arrested twice for driving while intoxicated. He went through weeks of alcohol abuse classes. After his probation was over, he went out with a friend to their local bar. They ended up drinking the night away. He didn't think twice about getting in his car to go home. Later that morning, he woke up with a broken femur and broken eye socket. He had no feeling in the left side of his face. Later, he learned that the feeling would not come back. The dashboard had gone right through his leg, pinning him until the paramedics arrived. He also woke up to find 12 feet of rope had been placed in his nose because his sinus cavity was crushed. His jaw was also shuttered shut. He was drinking one moment, and the next he was laying in a bed, not able to see or breathe. He now appreciates how one moment can change your life. Where are his drinking buddies now? They're all gone. He admitted to being the one at parties trying to get everyone drunk. He was thankful he never hurt anyone else and understood the damage he caused himself. Heavy stories like these continue to reach my email inbox, not only of drug and alcohol abuse, but stories relating to bullying and depression. When talking about my speaking program to people, they always seem bewildered on what topics I talk about. I always get the, "What on earth do you talk about in your program?" I like to reply, "An overview of global debt and foreign policies." I speak sarcasm fluently. I cover topics from drug and alcohol awareness, bullying, literacy, education awareness, setting goals, self-esteem, suicide prevention, depression, leadership, and character development. Much like this very book you are reading, I share my life story and what avenues I took to land here. I'm a realist that covers many topics and tries to motivate and inspire others to be productive, positive people. A little heavy sounding and maybe cheesy, but it's true. I tell people this is my passion. I bleed for this. Although being a motivational speaker has never caused me to bleed, I certainly can't say the same for skateboarding. What can we do to help and reach out? Whether you are a teacher, student, or a construction worker, we all have abilities to outreach and help. The hardest part in seeking help is the initial first step. It can take courage to face a problem, but the worst thing you can do is ignore it. Whether you are depressed, have a drinking problem, are being bullied at school, whatever your dilemma is, it's important you talk to someone. Your most reliable sources will be people of trust like your parents, school counselors, teachers, or relatives. If you are in need of professional help, going to a therapist, rehab, or specialized institution can have lasting positive effects. Again, it's the courage to get help that will save you in the long run. It can take a lot of trust to reach out for help. People like parents or teachers have most likely been in a similar position at one time in their lives and can be a source of comfort and advice when seeking help. I know from personal experience, being optimistic and having a positive outlook will carry you through hard times. In addition to reaching out for help, it's important to find and embrace your anti-drug. My anti-drugs are skateboarding, music, reading, movies, and more. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Find your natural highs, as they are everywhere. We have natural chemicals in our brain called endorphins that, when released, cause feelings of euphoria. You can onset these chemicals by doing exercises or something you really enjoy. Even the simple act of laughter works. Equally important as reaching out for help is the importance of giving help. We all have the unique ability to make a difference any way we can, big or small. From doing volunteer work to the simple act of giving a friend some good advice or lending a caring ear. If you see a friend or relative going down the wrong path or is sunk in depression, the simple act of lending your voice and ear can help a great deal in their road to recovery. Hope and optimism are both contagious. It takes courage and bravery to seek help, and the same goes to give help. What's the alternative? If we care enough about someone or a group of individuals, we should take that initiative to give help. Think of our mentors, teachers, doctors, and so on, as those who give without thought of reward, just the act of helping. Do what you can, where you can, to make a difference. Chapter 12. Forever is tomorrow. We only have one life to live. Life's journey is built upon taking risks and leaps of faith. With courage, time, and discipline, you can achieve anything. Every single one of us has a dream. There is something you aspire to be or achieve. Don't let anyone take that dream away from you, no matter what. There will be times when people will tell you that you can't do something. There will be times when people will tell you that something isn't obtainable. There may be countless roadblocks. Excuses will pile up, whether it's lack of money, connections, or resources. If your brain and heart are connected to your desire to achieve, nothing will stand in your way. I've patched up many wounds with my father. All the tension from those teen years has completely fizzled. My brother and I are closer than we've been in years. I'm now the proud uncle of a niece and nephew. My brother's kids have brought our family closer with a new positive dynamic, creating opportunities of growth within our relationships. I see my dad occasionally when we meet at a random chosen restaurant for a late dinner while I'm in town. The lines of communication are more open than they were in the past. No subject is off limits. I ask a lot of questions and have learned a lot from my past by doing so. We debate about the past, pop culture, and life in general. We don't always agree, but anger from the past has been lifted to an open, clean slate. We don't see eye to eye on some facets of life, but that's okay. Recently, my family did return to that cabin on Mirror Lake in West Virginia. This was the first time we had all been there together since my mother had passed. My mother's presence was felt, and I'm sure she would be delighted seeing my niece and nephew alongside my dad and me. My dad is now a grandpa, my brother is settled in a job with 2 great kids, and I became a professional athlete with a purpose. The future looks bright. Dwelling on what's wrong with the past is pointless. We learn from it, grow from it, and hopefully it makes us a stronger and better person. If I were to go in a time machine and change the past, I wouldn't be the man I am today. I've worked through differences with my family from the past, allowing them to be more accepting of my journey. There is something in all of us that longs for the good job from our family. It's a universal feeling we all share. Finding it from within is very important. We can't always please our families and become who they envision. Each one of us is on a unique path that we must follow to make ourselves complete. Life is what we make it. Believing in yourself is crucial for survival and achieving your dreams. The future is an open slate. Shows, demos, and speaking engagements continue to consume my life, but job stability is not a guarantee in this profession. Just writing this book and looking back from a bird's eye view of my life has given me perspective on how lucky and blessed I've been. I was never one to be the norm like everyone else, and independence has been one of the main ingredients in determining my path. My skateboard wheels will continue to spin. Being an optimistic person and going forward with my eyes wide open is the only option for me. Thankfully, one opportunity opened the door to the next, whether by luck or chance, and meant I was always moving forward. My journey is far from over, and so is yours. We should always be learning and growing as people. We only have one life to live. Life's journey is built upon taking risks and leaps of faith. With courage, time, and discipline, you can achieve anything. Every single one of us has a dream. There is something you aspire to be or achieve. Don't let anyone take that dream away, no matter what. There will be times when people will tell you you can't do something, and there will be times when people tell you that something isn't doable. There may be countless roadblocks. Excuses will pile, whether it's lack of money, connections, or resources. Like I've said, if your brain and heart are connected to your desires to achieve, nothing will stand in your way. My story is actually a simple one in nature. I have gone through adverse times, but nothing that could stop me from moving forward. I was chasing a dream and didn't even realize it. It was the passing of time and how I chose to fill up my days all those years. I never sat still on an idea or project. The pursuit of happiness is different for everyone. I found that making sacrifices for the ability to be happy was worth it. I may not have all the money in the world, but I achieved what I set out to do. I don't measure success by material items. The kind of car a person drives shouldn't determine the measure of a man. The size of someone's house shouldn't be a yardstick measurement of happiness. The materialistic synthetic world has us believing that the heavier the money bag is on the weight scale, the happier the individual. That is wrong. I've been happy while broke and miserable with money. I'm now at a perfect medium in my life where finances are matched by responsible spending. I'm always consciously saving. When chasing a dream, expect to make sacrifices. In life, you have to pound the pavement and bleed for what you believe in. These challenges will only make you better in the long run. Adversity makes strong people. Your evolution of plateaus is determined on how you fill up every single day. Ferris Bueller said it best. Life moves pretty fast. If you don't stop and look around once in a while, you might miss it. Stay productive. Believe in yourself. Life is a river of twists, turns, and changes. Not following your dreams would be swimming against the current. I'm still swimming in only one direction, with the current. Never forget, it's not the destination, it's the journey. Think about your own life, your own direction, your triangle of components, the mind, body, and soul. Are you in search of your purpose? Are you where you want to be in life? By looking inward and getting to know the authentic you will be able to reach outward to contribute to the world with positivity and purpose. I ask you to step back from your life for a moment. Take in your surroundings. Have a moment of awe and wonder. You are immersed in the moment. Today, you can take that first step to find your voice. We are each a voice in the choir that is life. Our voices are all different. We sing different songs. Songs of positive purpose, uniquely in tune, creating a divine, harmonious melody. Today is the only day that matters. Not tomorrow, not yesterday, just today. The todays add up. Spending each day as if it's your last will increase your quality of life. I've always subscribed to this way of thinking. The older you get, the more you realize the importance in the moment. It is everything. The moment in time now. Embrace it. Live. When I was a teenager, anytime I defied my father's ideas, he would always say his classic line, "You haven't lived long enough." Well, Dad, I've lived long enough. However, I still have more learning and living to do. I'm an optimist, and my work in life is far from over. He was right. Those who are quick to judge something they don't understand may lack experience or knowledge. I've been on the planet for enough decades to know what's important. Family, friends, community, nation, and our world. Experience makes us richer, more fulfilled human beings. How we relate to one another is vital to the health and heartbeat of our world and to mankind. I'm alive in the here and now. You can take your teenage rebel with the cause mentality into your adulthood. Just do it for the good. There is nothing punk rock about being negative or destructive. Look at me. I chose a completely different path compared to my parents and my brother. My road led me to good places and good choices. Maturity, experience, and wisdom will happen with time. You can be different. You can make a difference. You will mentally grow and have so many experiences ahead of you. You can make your mark on the world.
Doug Brown, Speedy Entry, Advice for the Rebel with a Cause Teenager. For more information on Doug Brown, visit www.dougbrown.org. This has been an audiobook by Nickazone Entertainment.